I'd like to call this meeting of the Coventry Town Council to order at 6:33 p.m. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Here.
Councilmember Ludwig.
Here.
Councilmember Shockley.
Here.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Here.
President Lima.
Here, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm not as familiar with this building. Councilmember Pascal, I don't know if you want to help with emergency evacuation. And
In the event of emergency, we can exit through these doors here and go to the right and through here out the back to the hallway.
thank you. Moving on to meeting minutes from prior meetings. We have the meeting minutes of November 6th, 2023, November 28th, 2023, and December 12th, 2023. Do I hear a motion to consider these minutes as a block?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President LeBlanc, second by Councilor Pasqua. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig.
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley.
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
At this time, I'll take a motion to approve the minutes of November 6th, November 28th, and December 12th.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Vice President LeBlanc,
Second.
second by Councilmember Shockley. Discussion. Madam Clerk, did your office receive any corrections to these minutes? Okay,
No, we did not.
okay, thanks. With no further discussion, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig.
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley.
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Moving on to public comment on docketed items only. Are there any members of the public who'd like to make a public comment on docketed items? Please come forward to the podium and state your name and address for the record. Anyone on Zoom? Last call going once, going twice, 3 times. Public comment on docketed items is now closed. At this time, members of the council, I'll request a motion to take the agenda out of order.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President LeBlanc, second by Councilman Pasqua. Discussion. I'm just looking to get some of that we have a lot of people here for different reasons, the appointments and the licenses. And if we could get those out of the way before we get to the media discussions, that's what I was looking to do. Any questions, discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig.
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley.
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes,
5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
thank you. With that, we're going to move to licenses. Item A, application for new Class F liquor license, Knights of Columbus, Our Lady of Czestochowa, 455 Washington Street, for an event to be held on January 27th, 2024, 6 to 10 p.m., an Italian night fundraiser. Is there anyone here to speak to this license? Just come forward. Just state your name and address for the record. Good evening. If you could just tell us a little bit about the license.
Okay, so the Coventry Monsignor Peter E. Blessing Council is having a Italian night, pasta, meatball, sausage, spaghetti dinner. It's going to be held at the gymnasium at Our Lady of Czestochowa Church. And it's a fundraiser for our council. And our council basically has 3 funds that we put our raised money into: the general fund, which covers our normal, everyday, and annual costs. And then our charities, which we have a major charity once a year, and this money would be going into that. and also Nights in Need. So any of our fellow members that have financial or health needs that need some help, that's what it's for. So basically, it's a night's fundraiser for that night. And it's opened up to we represent 4 parishes within Coventry. And that's pretty much the participants would probably come from those parishes.
Great, thank you. It's open up discussion. Do I hear a motion to approve the license?
I'll make the motion.
Second. Motion by Vice President LeBlanc, second by Councilmember Shockley. Manager Perillo, any comments on this license?
No concern.
Discussion from members of the council? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
and President Lima.
Yes,
5 in the affirmative, motion passes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Pasqua?
Make a motion, we waive the fee for this license.
I'll second it.
Motion to waive the license fee by Councilman Pasqua, second by Vice President LeBlanc. Any discussion? Councilor Ludwig?
In the past, we have approved different events when we've noticed that 100% of the proceeds are going to the fundraiser itself, the nonprofit. I did just hear the gentleman mention that some of these are going into a general fund. And so tonight I'll have to be voting no on raising on this particular motion, but I am in favor of the event and I wish you success.
Any further discussion? Vice President LeBlanc?
Just so the public knows, it's a $15 fee. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
No.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
and President Lima.
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, motion passes.
Moving on to item B, renewal of firearm licenses. We have 4 this evening. Hawkins Machine Company Incorporated, Midstate Gun Company, Rhode Island Gun Works, and Shadow LLC Tactical. This is on pages 32 to 36 in your packet. Is there anyone here to speak to Hawkins Machine Company Incorporated? Okay. Midstate Gun Company? Rhode Island Gun Works? Or Shadow LLC Tactical? Members of the council seeking a motion to consider the licenses as a block.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Blank, second by Councilman Pasqua. Discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
and President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, motion passes.
This time I'll seek a motion to approve the block.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Vice President Blank,
Second.
second by Councilmember Shockley. Discussion? Manager Perillo, any comments? Any further discussion from members of the council? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
and President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, motion passes.
Moving on to election and or appointment of, excuse me, town officials. Item A, town council appointments. Appointments to juvenile hearing board. There are 4 openings. We have 3 names for consideration this evening. Stephen Mann seeking reappointment, Jamie Bernard seeking reappointment, and Megan Rose seeking reappointment. I believe only Mr. Mann is the only one that could attend this evening. The others could not. Oh, okay. Sorry. Excuse me. Is Mr. Mann here this evening? Oh, great. Could you just come forward? And just state your name and address for the record.
Stephen Mann, 652 Franklin Road, Coventry.
All right. And I believe you just finished your first term
Yes.
on the board. Could you talk to a little bit about why you want to be reappointed?
During the first term, it was actually very educational. My degree is in criminal justice with a minor in juvenile justice. And I actually felt like I was doing something with my degree.
Great. Members of the council, any discussion?
Make a motion to reappoint Stephen Mann.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua,
I'll second it.
second by Vice President LeBlanc. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes,
5 in the affirmative. Motion passes.
thank you. So we said, is Jamie Bernard here? All right, then, Ms. Rose, if you'd like to come up, just state your name and address for the record.
My name's Megan Rose, 106 Camp Westwood Road.
Welcome.
Hi.
And you just completed your first term on the board.
I did.
Why are you seeking reappointment?
I felt like I had an opportunity to make an impact on the youth in our community and to have good conversations when children went down the wrong path. And it really made a difference having the opportunity to be a part of that board.
Great. Members of the council, discussion, questions?
Make a motion to appoint Megan Rose back to the Juvenile Hearing Board.
Motion by Vice President LeBlanc,
I'll second it.
second by Councilmember Shockley. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
and President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative. Motion passes.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We'll move to Jamie Bernard. They could not attend this evening. What is the pleasure of the council with this candidate seeking reappointment? Councilman Pasqua.
Has the clerk's office reached out to Ms. Bernard and received any communications at all?
Yes, he could not be here tonight because of his illness.
Do you know if she's looking to be reappointed at this point?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Make the motion to reappoint Jamie Bernard for another term, Juvenile Hearing Board.
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua, second by Vice President LeBlanc. Any discussion from the council? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative. Motion passes.
Item B, appointment to Coventry Land Trust, one opening. Lynn Carlson is seeking reappointment, and I had a note that they're attending this evening. Is Ms. Carlson here? Hi. You just come forward, state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Lynn Carlson, 12 Old Mishnock Highway in Coventry.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And you're interested in reappointment this evening?
Yes, I would like to be, please.
Members of the council, discussion?
I'm just, would like to hear, I remember when you applied previously and was just wondering your thoughts on being on the commission, things that you feel you have or would like to continue taking care of.
Sure. Thank you. I very much enjoyed my time working with the Land Trust. Done a lot of site walks on different properties and hopefully being able to submit those for the town council's consideration for either purchase of development rights or other acquisitions. Been able to use my geographic information system skills a lot to create some new trail maps that I hope you folks have all seen on the website. And yeah, I'd just like to be able to continue participating, helping the town.
Further discussion, members of the council? What's the pleasure of the council? Do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to reappoint.
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilman Pasqua, second by Vice President LeBlanc. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Item C, appointment to Sewer Assessment Board of Review, one opening, Michael Sakosha seeking reappointment. They could not be available this evening, as far as I heard from the clerk's office, unless Mr. Sakosha is here.
I'll make the motion to reappoint.
Motion by Vice President LeBlanc to reappoint,
Second.
second by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion from members of the council? Councilmember Ludwig.
Was there a desire for reappointment?
He mentioned it at the last sewer subcommittee, at least to me, that he was.
So sorry, I can't hear you.
He mentioned to me at the last sewer subcommittee meeting that he was. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Shockley.
And Councilmember LeBlanc may have just answered my question, but is he attend meetings? Is making sure that the sewer subcommittee can continue to meet? Just want to make sure that that's not an issue here.
So this one isn't for the sewer subcommittee. It's
Sewer assessment.
sewer assessment board of review. But yes, he does attend those, and he does attend the sewer subcommittee.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, motion passes.
Item D, appointment to sewer subcommittee. We have this evening, two openings. Lisa Castelli seeking reappointment, could not attend this evening. And Tony Raposo also seeking reappointment, and I believe they could attend this evening. Is Mr. Raposo here? See him. Vice President LeBlanc.
I can let the council know that we already have a challenge meeting quorum. I do know that Lisa has a personal issue with her husband. He fell. That's why she can't be here tonight. And Tony's been on the board for quite some time, and he's extremely knowledgeable. Both of them help us have quorums at meetings and help improve our sewer program. So I would recommend that we appoint both. I'll start with reappointing Lisa Castelli to the sewer subcommittee.
We have a motion from Vice President LeBlanc,
I'll second it.
second by Councilmember Shockley. Discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, motion passes.
I'll make a motion to reappoint Tony Raposo to the sewer subcommittee.
We have a motion from Vice President LeBlanc,
I'll second.
second by Councilmember Shockley. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
And President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, motion passes.
Item E, appointment of tree warden. We have one opening, and that's seeking reappointment is Craig Marcotte. They couldn't be here this evening, but they are seeking reappointment.
I'll make the motion to reappoint.
Motion by Vice President LeBlanc,
I'll second it.
second by Councilmember Shockley. Discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, motion passes.
Thank you. At this time, I will take a motion to open public hearing.
I'll make the motion.
Motion
Second.
by Vice President Blank, second by Councilman Pasqua. Discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, motion passes.
Matters for public hearing, we have one on the docket this evening. Fuston O'Neill presentation on Coventry wastewater facilities plan. And I believe to make the presentation this evening, we have Ms. Marcolini.
Thank you for having me this evening. Happy New Year.
As much as you could speak up, it would be appreciated. There's some sort of fan.
Okay. Is that better? Okay. Happy New Year. Thank you for having me this evening. Cody, could you proceed to the next slide, please? So I have 13 topics on the agenda, but primarily it's a presentation of the selected and recommended wastewater facility plan for the town of Coventry. Next slide. The purpose for the facility plan is in order for the town to receive state revolving funds, loans, and grants, a formal process needs to be followed, studying the existing conditions of the sewer system, the needs of the town, and developing a plan for extending sewer service or addressing on-site wastewater treatment system needs. All sewer projects must be listed or added to Rhode Island DEM's priority project list. And public participation is a key element to obtaining DEM approval. And tonight is the final piece of the public participation part of this planning process. All the town's comprehensive plans, on-site wastewater management plans, and sewer ordinance need to dovetail along with this facility plan. So next slide. This may be difficult to see, but this is a map of the eastern portion of the town. We've identified 31 planning areas within the eastern portion of the town. In the short term, there are a few planning areas that we've identified for priority sewering. Not all 31 areas are envisioned to be completely sewered in any foreseeable future. However, you can see the red and green lines on this map. There is some infrastructure that exists, and the limited sewering, there are only 700 parcels that are actually actively sewered. And the sewer fund is in the negative quite often. So operationally, there's a deficit there. We looked at those 31 planning areas and segmented them into census tract areas because 2 of the 5 census tracts on this map fall below the median household income for those 2 census tracts fall below Rhode Island's average or median household income. Therefore, those planning areas may be subject to financial support. Sewer projects may be available for financial support or grant monies or even forgiveness of low interest loans. We've actually addressed the public participation need at various milestones during this project. We developed a plan flyer, which has been posted to the town's website for about 1.5 years, maybe a year and a half. We developed a questionnaire and mailed the questionnaire to 9,000 parcels in the entire eastern portion of town. We received 1,600 responses, and we took those responses and evaluated needs, and I'll go through that result in a few minutes. We presented to the Tyoke Lake Association last August, had a very good open conversation with those residents and found out what their needs are. We had an open house last November 17th, 2022, and we presented this past April to the town council during meeting our 90% milestone report. Next slide. So this table summarizes the needs assessment or the matrix evaluation that we went through in order to prioritize the planning areas that we're recommending be sewered in the short term. And we looked at environmental impacts, proximity to water bodies, proximity to wetlands. We looked at affordability, the ability for homeowners to afford sewer extension work. We looked at reports of failed on-site wastewater treatment systems or cesspools in certain planning areas, and we looked for site suitability. So if a parcel size is quite small and has an on-site system that might be a cesspool or some at some point of failure, that was a higher priority than, say, a very large parcel in the western portion of town, for example. Next slide. So we ranked each planning area and gave each one a priority number. And you can see the planning areas are listed on the left column. The priority ranking is in the right column. But for various reasons, we're recommending and selecting in the short term sewering planning areas 9 and 8 will piggyback with 9 because of their proximity to Tyoke Lake. Planning areas 1 and 2 because of their proximity to Johnson's Pond and the existence of a failed on-site system at the high school that lies within planning area 2. Planning area 12 has an affordability issue. It's just north of Tyoke Ave, and there's a quite dense parcel population there. So those residents could benefit from sewer project, and that sewer project may be open for funding. There's a high presence of cesspools in that planning area as well. In the next planning cycle, the town will look or should look at planning area number 5. It is in proximity, I think 24 acres within planning area 5 overlaps with a drinking water source. There's no current environmental concern there, but for the long term, the state would like the town to consider planning area 5 in the next planning cycle. Next slide. The Coventry High School on-site wastewater treatment system, as I said, is in a state of failure. It came to our attention late in this planning process, probably right around the 90% milestone. We evaluated 4 alternatives. One was to extend sewers from Tyoke Ave, where the sewer system ends currently. There's a gravity sewer manhole just to the east of Reservoir Road. Alternative number 2 was to construct a large EQ tank and a pump station at the high school and tie into the existing force main, which is a private force main that runs along south on Reservoir Road. Alternative 3 was to go with an on-site passive treatment system, such as large septic tanks and a leach field. And alternative 4 was to go with an on-site active treatment system, which is a small packaged wastewater plant with a groundwater discharge. After reviewing all the alternatives and the relative costs, alternatives 2 through 4 were not recommended because those alternatives only serve the high school, and it's not in keeping with the long-term facility planning, townwide facility plan. Alternative 1 does align with the town's facility planning and is an investment in the collection system for both planning areas 1 and 2. So we're recommending alternative number 1. That project is a $4.22 million project cost. I believe there's a congressionally directed spending grant that's on the table for 3.2, maybe 3.25 million of that 4.2 million, and the school board or school department may provide the other 1 million. So the existing users would not be paying for this project necessarily out of the sewer fund. So this map actually just shows the detail of that sewer extension, the green highlight, if you will, heading west on Tyoke Avenue, north on Reservoir Road, and then tying into the high school's property there to the west on the screen. This is all gravity sewer collection system, no pump stations, tying into the existing sewer system. Okay, so with regard to the other planning areas that we're recommending, this map is of a combined gravity and low pressure sewer system. Planning area 9 is the orangish shaded area just west of Tyoke Lake. And then west of that, across Arnold Road, is Planning Area 8. We're recommending sewering Planning Area 9 first. There would be a town-owned and operated pump station that would be constructed near the park. And that pump station would accept as much gravity flow as it could. And then because of the undulating topography around all of these planning areas, some parcels would require the use of low pressure pump stations. Next slide. This is planning area 12, and you can see the parcel density in this map. And like I said, this neighborhood has a median household income level below that of the state. And so we're recommending this area for sewering, but not in the short term. We would like to see the sewer fund be in a better position financially, and actually try to go for grant or low interest loan funding for this planning area. But again, it's a combination of gravity and low pressure sewers. So this last map is planning areas 1 at the top, shaded in green, and 2 at the bottom, shaded in purple. And I showed you the high school parcel. You can see it's the large building there at the top of that purple shaded area. And the sewer extension project that we're proposing to tie in for the high school would serve both these planning areas in the long term. Next slide. So the projected flow rates, we evaluated the projected flow rates from each of the 31 planning areas, from the existing wastewater sources, all the planned developments that were identified to us, came up with a projected average daily flow and a projected maximum daily flow based on Rhode Island DEM criteria. The total projected average daily flow is just under 1 million gallons per day. Total projected maximum daily flow is just over 2 million gallons per day. Town of Coventry has 2.25 million gallons per day of capacity on an average day in West Warwick's wastewater treatment facility, and a peak daily flow reserve of 4.275 million gallons, and is paying for that capacity. So there's no need, this will not trip Coventry's threshold or the need for opening that intermunicipal agreement. That threshold occurs at 80% of the reserve capacity. So there's plenty of room to continue to expand sewer service. We went through an intergovernmental review. All the agencies listed here were contacted in addition to DEM's wastewater division. There were very minor comments. Some agencies did not provide response at all. DOT did not provide response, but any sewer projects that are occurring on state roadways will be coordinated with them. DEM, I had indicated earlier that they would like us to emphasize planning area 5 in the next planning cycle, and we've addressed that in our report. There are some historic, registered historic places in, I believe it's planning areas 8, 9, and 12. So we'll have to notify when those sewer projects are designed, we'll have to notify them and allow them to make comment. But we don't foresee any issues because this is all work in the roadway, and then the parcel would be responsible for the lateral or the connection. Next slide. This is just a typical time frame of general information, the amount of time that it actually takes to install sewers or extend sewer to anyone. Design takes approximately a year. You have to go through surveys, coordination with DOT if you're surveying in the roadways and things like that. Once the design is completed, and we have the state approval with DEM, we go out for bid. The town would solicit general contractors. There'd be some sort of an agreement that would be made with the selected GC, and that usually takes about 3 months to get through all that paperwork. Construction can take 1 to 2 years, depending on the size of the project. And then there's a permit to connect, which again, could take about a year. So 3 to 4 years total time from the time you decide you want to design a sewer project to the time that it actually could be installed. Could be shortened, and we're hoping to do that for the high school project because that's a very important one to address. This implementation schedule is for the recommended plan, which is addresses the Woodland Manor, Sandy Bottom pump stations, calibrating or replacing the sewer flow meters that exist within the town. That's one of the requirements by the state. Extending sewer to the high school and then going through planning areas 9, 8, 12, 1, and 2. The rest of planning area 2, like I said, the high school is in area 2. And then, you know, you're looking at this, we're in 2024 now. This isn't going to be completed until 2043 at best, right? So it's a long-term plan. Next slide. We provided engineers' opinion of cost for each project. Planning areas 8, 9, 12, 1, 2, and then the high school project. I gave you a summary of that. Total project costs are not small for planning area 9, for example, which includes the pump station, you know, just west of Tyoke Lake. That's just over $15 million to construct. That project would bring new users and new revenue into the town. So we had to go through a cost model in order to determine where the sewer fund could come back into the black from the red. So Raftellus actually provided us that support, and we actually looked at potential funding sources as well. So our cost model does not take into account any free money, if you will. The cost model is basically, you know, no extra money coming in, just looking at the users or potential users. We've made administrative recommendations. We need to dovetail the town's on-site wastewater management plan with the facility plan, the sewer facility plan. We've recommended that sewer operations be moved internal to the town, either the engineering department or public works. The town has an updated sewer ordinance, but it's been redlined and there's a minimum of $15,000 assessment, residential assessment. The town should probably just revisit the sewer ordinance and make sure it's we're lined up with everything else. So we're recommending to increase sewer use rates to cover the O&M costs and extend the sewer system. But there is a point in time in the projection where the sewer fund would come so far into the black that the town could reconsider those user rates. And we're also recommending that the town implement a minimum use fee per residential parcel. West Warwick charges Coventry 4,000 cubic feet minimum use fee per residential parcel. And but Coventry does not do that at this point in time. So with regard to the financial background, I have said this a couple times, that there's a structural deficit. There are approximately 700 parcels currently served by sewers. There are currently no reserves in the sewer fund. There is as of the end of last year, there was a cash balance of, I think, $280,000, and that's the value that we used in the cost model. But the sewer fund health is paramount to actually obtaining eligibility for state funding. So the state revolving fund they look at those financial numbers and determine whether they're going to provide a low interest loan, for example, to for any project. So, you know, this is very important. So we've done 2 cost model scenarios. One is assuming the beginning balance of $280,000 in the sewer fund with no further expansion of wastewater service. So, you know, not extending sewers to anyone else, just maintaining the 700 parcels. And each year, there would be a year-over-year cost increase for the usage fee in order to bring the sewer fund up to the threshold where it really should be. So up around $4 million of fund balance as a reserve. And so it would take from now until the year 2032 to reach that threshold. And over that period of time, almost doubling the use fees. Next slide, Cody. Thank you. So cost model 2 is following the facility plan recommendations and sewering those planning areas over an extended period of time, over 20 years, with the beginning balance, the same value, $280,000, and phasing the expansion per the facility plan recommendations. And you can see here in 2029, the fund balance would come up over that minimum recommended threshold of about $4 million. And the sewer use fees could be revisited at that point in time. But there are recommended rate increases. Next slide. So town council asked us to look at the average annual bill for a homeowner. So under scenarios 1 and 2, in the billing year 2023, the average household pays $805 for sewer service. With the recommended rates 2024, 25, and 26, you can see for scenario 1, the average annual bill would increase, and also for scenario 2, with in my opinion, a minor difference, like $100 difference for 2024, a couple $100 difference for 2025, and then so on, 2026. So these are short-term periods, and again, when the sewer fund comes into the black, maybe the town could revisit these. So I'd like to open for questions, and with that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Members of the council? Yeah. Yep. Thank you very much, Ms. Marcolini. I'll open it
Thank
up
you.
to the public hearing now.
Okay.
Any members of the public like to make a comment during public hearing on this presentation? Just come right up to the microphone, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Narkowitz. I live at 21 Beach Street. So that's planning section number 9. And I just want to reinstate again how interested people are in planning section number 9 to see sewers in our neighborhoods. For people who are lakeside residents, the average cost of a new sand system is $40,000. So as far as we're concerned, we'd much rather spend the money to have sewers in our neighborhoods than to pay for a sand system. And the overwhelming issue is the health of Lake Tioga. And for that, I would hope everyone in Coventry would be concerned. Certainly the people in planning section number 9 are concerned. And as the town owns Lake Tioga, I would assume the town would also be very concerned about the health of the lake. So we're really anxious. We have been anxious and we continue to be anxious to see sewers come to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public comment on the presentation? Anyone on Zoom? If there's anyone on Zoom who'd like to make a public comment, just raise your hand to be let in. We do have one? No? Oh. Okay. Last call, members of the council, any discussion? We've seen this before. Oh, are you sure? If you could just unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Diane Cowell. I live at 97 Mohawk Street in Coventry. I also have property at 95 East Shore Drive in Coventry. Both of those are in a section that is not currently in the plan for sewers in the near future, but they are both on Lake Tioga. And as Ms. Knockowitz had said, because of the lake's health, I am highly interested in any sewer hookups that could occur in Coventry in general, but specifically around Lake Tioga. So I would highly support this considerations.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public on Zoom? Thank you. Members of the council, any further discussion? Yeah. At this time, I'll seek a motion to close public hearing.
Make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Blank, second by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, motion passes.
Could I hear a motion to formally accept the presentation into the record?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Blank, second by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, motion passes.
Moving on to introduction of new matters before the council. Item A, presentation by Dynamix Consulting Group on the Fire Services Assessment Study for the town of Coventry. Manager Perillo.
Thank you. Stuart McCutcheon from Dynamix, whatever you want to call it, has flown up from Florida today to present this to you. The council does have the final package. I've also included a PowerPoint presentation that he's going to go over. This is the culmination of the fire district study that the council approved, I believe, in 22, end of 22. This is the final packet with the summary, recommendations, and basically how do we move forward to best serve the residents of Coventry when it comes to fire and EMS service.
Thank you, council members. Mr. Manager, I want to thank you all for inviting me here tonight. Mr. Manager, thank you for inviting me here tonight. My name is Stuart McCutcheon. I'm a principal with Dynamix Consulting Group. Before we get started, I just wanted to throw a couple things out, just general ideas on the presentation. First and foremost, this is a 30,000-foot overview. There's a lot of information within the report. There's a lot of different entities involved in this. And for the good of the group, if you all would like to get in the weeds, your manager is well-versed in it. You can always call us later. But for the purposes of public presentation, we're keeping it at cruising altitude. The second is we are not here to tell you all what to do. I think our job is to come in and present you with information, try to give you the best information possible so that you can make an informed decision about what's best for your community. And if you're able to do that, we've done what we came here to do. And then finally, at the end, if you all have any questions, if you could save them to the end and we can back up and discuss any item, probably, like I said, it's a cruising altitude presentation. We can jump down into the weeds if we need to towards the end. But I'd like to try to get through the presentation so we can tie everything together in some of the major points and elements. So that way we have the big picture just in case I'm going to cover something down the line. And so with that, could I have the next slide, please? Oh, I think we've got the report as opposed to presentation. Here, I've got a. All right, so there we go. Fire Services Assessment Study. So go ahead, next slide, please. Oh, gotcha. That's me. My name is Stuart McCutcheon. I've got a bunch of little titles after my name, but that's me, a fire service guy from Central Florida. Next slide. So the presentation overview. Tonight, we're going to cover your current fire service delivery. We covered this globally. And the reason we covered it globally is because ultimately we're looking at the answer of, do we keep it the way it is today or do we do something different? If we do something different, obviously we're talking about going globally. And so we presented these and we'll zoom back and forth and in and out of some of the individual district stuff, what it would look like as a total and sort of back and forth. Then we cover options for station optimization. So this is basically if we could wave a magic wand and do anything we wanted to do, this would be the optimal goal. Now, I'll tell you, when we start looking at that stuff, this is only one metric. There are a lot of other factors that go in, things like politics, underserved populations, road networks on certain times of year, neighborhoods. All of those things are going to factor in as well. So this is just one piece to help you all make an informed decision with data. But there are several other factors to consider. So I just want you all to keep that in mind. And then finally, we'll do questions and answers. We can run back and forth through the presentation, answer any questions that y'all have. Next slide, please. So your current fire service delivery. So as we start out, next slide. So here is an overview. So generally speaking, as far as fire services go, we're divided into an east side and a west side. Western has got the western half of Coventry. And then in the east, we have three different districts, with Central being the largest. And then we have Anthony and Hopkins Hill, which are covering some fairly tight and well-defined areas, some with industry, some that have your major call volume contained within. Next slide. As far as your call totals go, they're bouncing up and down, but really you're fairly steady year over year. There's not been a significant jump in the grand scheme of things. The next we're looking at, and this is just a comparison of, based on the data presented through their record management system, how many calls originated in each district in 2022. This isn't how many times these units responded, but how many calls were tallied based on that data. And so you see that Coventry and Central are pretty much neck and neck, about 2,500 each. Hopkins Hill's around 1,200, with Western being around 500. Next. This is temporal variation. So this is what we're looking to do with this is determine when are our calls happening. And so when this is helpful, we're trying to schedule training, or we're trying to decide, do we need a peak demand unit? We want to know, is there a certain time of year maybe we would want to upstaff where other times we wouldn't want to? And so that's what we're trying to achieve with this. So we can see as we come into the summertime, we have a little bit of a spike. Come into December and the holidays, we have a little bit of a spike. But overall, we're fairly consistent throughout the year. Day of the week, we're busiest during the week, and that makes sense. People are up and active. They're out doing things. It takes people to generate service demand. And so when they're up and moving around, they're a little more active during your work week. And then the same with the hour a day. Wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, demand goes up. We're fairly consistent throughout the day. And as we go into the evening hours, people are going home, going to bed, our demand drops down. And that's what we would expect to see. Next slide. This is population density and hotspot mappings. Hotspot mapping is used a lot by law enforcement because we're looking at the general or the relative distance between incidents. And so, for example, if I had a break-in last week at 121, 123, and 125 Main Street, I'd throw a hotspot because I have incidents that are close to each other that all occurred within a very short time frame. So with this, we're looking at 2022, and we can see we're bullseyed right there on Anthony for your highest service demand, with another bullseye sort of to the northwest of Hopkins and Station 4 for Central. And then we have a little bit of activity over there by 7. And so this isn't to say this is how many calls actually occurred, but if they were to occur at this level with this density, that's how many would be there per square mile. And so it's a measuring stick. So when you look at the calls per square mile, it actually happened. That would just be if we extended it out that far. When we compare that to our population density, it makes sense. We have this population and it matches almost to the T with where our population is, because we need people to generate service demand. Trees and rocks rarely call 911. So where the people are at is where we expect to see the calls. But what we really want to see is our stations on top of where that demand is. In the case of Anthony, it looks like they're pretty close, but there's that hotspot moving out to, like I said, to the northwest of Hopkins and Station 4 for Central. Next slide. So there's a standard called the National Fire Protection Association, and that the standard for career fire departments is 1710. And so within 1710, they want the first unit on scene. So your first responding unit to be there within a 4-minute travel time. And then the balance of your units that you need for the call. So let's say a structure fire, we need 3 engines, a rescue, and a chief. You want them there within an 8-minute travel time. Or your ALS unit when you're doing transport. You want that unit there within 8 minutes. That way we can get them to the hospital. So as we look, we have fairly decent coverage on the east side, which is good because that's where the majority of our calls are occurring. And we've got pretty decent coverage extending out even to the central and to the west. So coverage wise, you're doing pretty well with what you have. You can't, it would be great if we could give everybody equal coverage for equal taxes that are paid, but it's difficult to do in a rural setting. Next slide. So this is just ISO is another agency that comes through and they evaluate the fire department. They're using NFPA 1710. They don't care if you're a career, volunteer, or combination. They all measure you by the same stick. And so what they're doing back 20 years ago when people didn't have GIS and we couldn't do like the Google Maps or the Waze predicted travel times, they used a 1.5 mile radius from the fire station to try to estimate what a 4-minute travel time would be. And in suburban and urban settings, it's pretty close most of the time. Rural settings, it kind of falls apart. But when we look at that, I get my radar glasses on, but we have Western's probably about 20% if I can see it. It looks like Central's maybe 30%. Coventry's about at 70% coverage. With Hopkins, it looks like they're approaching maybe 89, 90%. And so when they come through right now, you're being rated in different ways. So at Hopkins Hill, they're going to have probably a better ISO rating than say Western, just because of the distribution. And so it's kind of a two-way stick. Granted they're in a different district, but we're all in the same town. And so it's kind of back to that stations of coverage and equity. How do we want to balance this all out? The next one on your top right is ladder coverage. You got 2 ladders. Both of them got pretty good coverage, like 90 and 100%. And then the bottom one is 5 miles for ISO. If you were out, there's a couple of exceptions, but generally speaking, if you're outside of 5 miles and you're more than 1,000 feet from a reliable water source, they're going to rate you as a 10 that you don't have sufficient fire coverage. And that'll affect your insurance as well. So this is just some of your ISO stuff. If you look at those reports, this is generally how they generate this information. Next slide. This is resource reliability. Now, this is for everybody, the town in general. About 2/3 of your calls, when a call is happening, only one call is going on. And the reason that's important is because the rest of the third of the time, 2, 3, or 4 or more calls are happening. And so if we have 4 calls happening and 5 stations, we've only got 1 person left. We sent 2 units in any one of those calls. There's no units left in town. And that just from our interviews and talking to folks, that does happen at certain times of day, certain times of year. And your mutual aid is, while you have some that you come from the east, when you get out towards Connecticut, it's pretty sparse. And so it's probably something that, in the future, as we move forward, would want to be addressed of how do we ensure that we're covering our own backyard and not completely running out of units, especially given some of the rural nature of the western part of the town. Over to the right is unit hour utilization. Now this measures crew activity. We have mileage gauges on the trucks. We have hour meters. We can figure out how often the vehicle's being used. What we want to know is how often that crew's being used. And the reason is these folks are 24 hours a day. So one way to look at it is, yeah, you know, you're only doing something a third of the day. You're there for 24 hours and you're only working 8. But that's not the way it goes. The way it typically goes is you're gone and you're here for 30 minutes, you're gone and here for 30 minutes. And it's just this side of impossible to eat, rest, or get anything else done. And so if you want to accomplish things like training, which affects ISO, making sure your folks are competent, they're not making mistakes out in the field. When they're running really anything over about 20, 25%, they're getting smoked and burned out. And you start seeing people hopping in groups, 3s, 4s, and 5s, going other places. Look at the units they're on and look at that UHU, and it'll probably tell a story about where they came from and why they're jumping ship. Anything over about 25% is burning up. Anything over 30%, you might as well not have bedding stuff at the station because you're not sleeping. And so being up 24 hours straight every third day for the rest of your life, it wears you out. And so if I can go somewhere else, have a better work schedule, and not get beat on so hard, I'm probably going to take it. And so that's something as far as retention of employees or even recruitment of future employees to be cognizant of how are these units being distributed and where is this workload going? And you got a couple up there that are close and a couple that have exceeded that mark. Next slide. So now we're going to go into the response time continuum. So like I said, NFPA 1710 is the standard that covers career fire departments. And there's a couple different pieces of these. I just want to walk through them with you real quick. So when you call 911, we begin the call processing process. I call 911, fire, EMS, or law enforcement, tell them I need EMS. We go through the process and they dispatch the call. The data that we have came out of the record management system, and they're not capturing any of the call processing data. And we didn't have access at the time to the CAD data. Now, the reason this is important, I'm going to divert for a second, just tell you a quick story, a very brief, why this is important. And it comes into our total response time. We were having a problem at the last place I was chief at. You know, we'd all be standing in the bay. Call would come in, boop, before they're done talking, we're in the trucks, we're rolling out the door. Half mile down the road, we're right on top of it. We get there and they are going crazy. We've been waiting 15 minutes. Where have you guys been? I've been on the phone forever. Why haven't you shown up? Well, what we discovered was we were running a thing called EMDs, Emergency Medical Dispatch. And in that, it's like a tree, decision tree, right? The more complicated the call, the more steps in the tree there were. And so if you were having, if you slipped, Granny Annie slipped and fell in the parking lot, it's a pretty quick tree. If you were in cardiac arrest at a structure fire with a car wreck, what we found, though, the long story short, we found is you're in cardiac arrest, stroke alert, major trauma, MVC, or any of the like, 8 to 10 minutes before the first unit was notified, but when they reached the final determinant. And that's why it's so important to understand that call processing and where that information is coming from, because that affects the big picture, right? It affects our image and everyone's image in town. We don't know what that answer is right now, but that's one of the things that I would urge you all to try to look at and make sure that call processing time is within reason. The NFPA wants to be about 60 seconds, generally speaking. I'll tell you just through experience, a minute and a half is smoking fast for most places. But there are some out there where 10 minutes is not outside the realm of possibility. And it doesn't, at 10 minutes, it doesn't matter how fast you are. The building's on fire, somebody's in cardiac arrest. By the time the first unit's notified, it's too late. So that's an important metric to have. Turnout time is from the time we're notified, we hear the tones go off in the station, we get in the apparatus, and we begin rolling. And that ends turnout time. That's within complete control of the fire department. One of the things I'll tell you when we look at turnout times, though, is it's not compliance, especially when you look at fire turnout times. If there's a fire going on and you see like a 3-minute turnout time, that's usually not a compliance issue, because typically these guys are jumping, or these folks are jumping on the trucks as fast as they can. They want to get there. They want to get it done. That's, we live for that stuff. Things that'll affect their station design. They're all sleeping upstairs. They have to go across the station, down the block, around the corner, out here, grab their stuff off of another truck, move it over there, bring it over here. All that stuff adds time on. And so if we're having turnout time compliance issues, the first place I would look is, let's get a committee together of the folks that are in that station. Let's put some other folks in, say from an admin area, and let's go through and look and see what are the things we can do to make this better. Because like I said, compliance is rarely an issue on turnout time when you're looking at structure fire turnouts. And then the next is travel time, the time that unit begins rolling until they arrive on scene. The next one down is response time. That's from the time we got notified till we arrive on scene. And then the final is total response time. This is what the people out in the street are experiencing. I called 911 until the first unit arrives to give me help. And so with that, let's go ahead and hop to the next slide. Like I said, call processing wasn't available at the time because we didn't have access to CAD data. But that's something in the future I think we ought to start looking at. New England in particular, these CAD centers are not used to getting these types of requests. They're probably going to have to call a vendor if the vendor's even still available or viable to try to figure out how to do this. So it may be a process, but it's an important piece to have. Next slide. Turnout time. So for structured fires and special operations, NFPA wants them turned out within a minute, 20 seconds. Generally speaking, for all other emergencies, 60 seconds. Anthony's a little over 5. Western's is a little over 4. The other two are somewhere right in the middle. I just don't see compliance issues here. There's something with station design and the way that operations are occurring. And I think some improvements could be had. But in the future, if you ever have to build fire stations, part of the station design, this is an important component. Station design affects us an awful lot. Next slide. Travel performance. It's pretty good travel times, generally speaking. In our smaller districts, we have a pretty good travel time, 6 and 7.5 minutes. Or 6 and 7 minutes. Central's at 7.5. That's a large district. For such a large district, still a pretty good travel time. And then Western, they have extended travel times. We have one station that are covering just a huge area. So overall, we're at about 7 minutes and 20 seconds at the 90th percentile. And so what that 90th percentile is one way of looking at it is we're going to do this well 90% of the time or better. So for 9 out of 10 of you, for say Anthony, for instance, we'll be there in 6 minutes or less, 9 out of 10 times. The reason we don't use averages is because averages are made for data sets with a normal distribution. So if you think of the bell curve and the perfect bell curve and you fold it in half, the median or the 50th percentile is the average. So like the weather is pretty close, or the tides, consistent things that happen. And that's the test you apply to it. In response data, everything's stacked very far to the left and then it tails off forever. And so an example would be, we're looking at the 90th percentile average and median for turnout times. I have 9 turnout times at 60 seconds and 1 turnout time at 12. We were up in the bucket, flowing water, training. We had to come down, disconnect, do all this stuff. It took us forever. My median's 1 minute. My 90th percentile is 1 minute. My average is 2 minutes. So that's why we're not using averages, because one outlier can really skew it one way or another drastically. And so again, NFPA uses 90th percentile. That's what ISO is using. If you ever saw the accreditation, that's what they're using. That's what everybody uses, the 90th percentile. And we're basically saying 9 out of 10 times we're going to be this good or better. Next slide, please. And then here's your response performance. And so this is just giving you an idea from the time the units are notified until they arrive on scene. We're drifting from about 10.5 up to about 14. And it kind of makes sense when you look at our turnout times. We can't add these times together necessarily because they're different data sets. And so, for example, for turnout time, I need to know when they went en route. And so if they didn't capture a bunch of en route times, I might have 500 turnout times and 500 travel times. But if I captured every single one of my dispatches and every single one of my on scenes, I might have 1,500 responses. And so there are different data sets. The more data we have, the more accuracy and reliability we have in the data. And so it's just, as we go through this process, is data cleanup and then just getting better at QA and reports and making sure we have that information. Next slide, please. And so that was just a quick 30,000 foot overview of performance. There's a lot more in the report. I'd be happy to answer any questions at the end. What I'd like to roll into now is just options for consideration if we were looking at doing some type of town-wide or one district or any of the like. So first thing we're going to do is look at the status quo. What do we have today? So the problem with our status quo today, and there are several other things affecting these folks' budgets other than just the P&L. Some had higher reserve balances they needed to spend down. Others did one-time capital purchases that threw blips on the screen. But generally speaking, we have some of these departments that have been trending downwards, and they're just, with the way their recurring revenues are happening as opposed to their recurring expenditures, we're starting to head towards the red. Today, we're not in a period of just critical mass, but that's why we're talking today. And it's good that we're talking today. We want to make decisions when we're not in an emergency situation. The only thing that makes a decision in an emergency is the amount of time we have to deal with. You know, if someone told you that you are, you're critically ill and didn't have long to go, well, if they told you, well, you'll make it 30, 40 years, that's not that critical of a decision. If they told you it's tomorrow, it's a very critical decision. So we have time today to think about these things, talk about it, and discuss it. And that's really the information I want to present to you all tonight to help you all along with having some additional information. If one of these districts were to fail, somebody's going to have to take them on. Ultimately, it's the town's responsibility to provide that service. You currently don't have that service. You're in different taxing districts, and how we shuffle those funds back and forth to cover that, it's going to be difficult at best. So now's the time to start thinking and talking about those things and get a game plan moving forward. Next slide, please. The next is a single fire district. Now, this is the town still hands off. Fire districts in and amongst themselves figure out how to work this out. The issue is we're going to have 4 different referendums. And, you know, y'all know it better than I do. I mean, what are the odds of 4 different districts all voting the same way to do the same thing? And it's going to be an uphill fight. And then we're still in the same problem. If it takes too long, somebody fails, we're going to have a major issue. Next slide, please. And then the final is a town fire department. Through the charter, you have the ability to create a town fire department. The town would provide, now has control of the fire departments. There's no requirement for a referendum. I will tell you that this wouldn't be a turnkey flip of the switch type of operation. 3 years, give or take, I think is reasonable. And the reason is, let's just say, for instance, we need to buy an engine. If we had the money to put on the desk today, 2.5 years before that engine comes back at best. If we needed to build buildings, we're in the same thing. We'd have to probably go out for bond. We'd have to figure these things out. We're going to have to find an administrator at some point. So this is not a light lift. This would be a very heavy lift and need to be well coordinated and well thought out ahead of time. It can be done. I've done it. I know other folks that have done it as well. So it's definitely achievable, and it can be done well, and it can be done right. We just all need to be on the same page. If that's the way you decided to go, this is what we want to do. Find the right person to get in the saddle and start working down that checklist of what do we need to accomplish, timelines, and get all that laid out. All right, next slide. So here is our baseline. And the reason for the baseline is we need something to compare to. So this is your 2022 emergency response data. And what I've done is taken and is basically said with these little starburst things, draw a straight line to the incident location of every incident that this station can get to within an 8-minute travel time. The reason we picked 8 minutes, you're predominantly rural, probably about 2/3. Studies from all over the place, US, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, that find no significant difference between a 4-minute travel time and an 8-minute travel time for EMS. And since EMS is probably 70–80% of what you all do, that's probably a pretty good stick to hang it on. So current locations, about 93%. Next slide. So what I did was I started stepping this down. We are at 5 stations. Now I said, show me if I could wave a magic wand and put 4 stations up, where would they be and what would that look like? At 4 stations that are optimally located, we're at about 97.5%. So 1 fewer station, but we picked up about 4%. Next slide. Drop down to 3 stations, we're pretty much right back to where we started at 5 stations. Now, if you look, that star is getting closer and closer to station 8. And when we saw that 4, that was closer and closer to 7. So I'm going to drop down one more. Let's go one more slide and go to 2, and I'm going to ask you to back up. So if we had 2 stations, we're at 86%. We've degraded a little bit, maybe 6–7%, but we're at 2 stations and we're in the ballpark of where we're at. If we could back up to 3 real quick, those 2 stations still stay in the same place. Station 8 is looking like a pretty good idea. So let's back up one more. We're still pretty close to station 8. Station 7 still is in a pretty good place too. Like I said, I wouldn't hang my hat on this as the only thing to consider, but I think what we can say is the modeling is telling us that we have 2 fire stations that are in a pretty good spot right now. Station 8's in really good shape. We have coverage to the west, which we need. We can't have everything on one side of the town and nothing on the other. So this is giving us an idea of if we were investing into stations, which ones would we invest in? It makes sense to invest in. And if we needed to relocate stations, where would be the areas that would make sense to start looking at relocating? One of the questions is, how far can we get away from a specific site and maintain, that percentage? Keep them on main roads. If they're on main roads, especially if they're near crossroads of main roads, it's going to maintain that percentage. We start getting off the beaten path or back in the residential neighborhoods, it's going to degrade us just because it's of difficulty getting in and out of those areas. Plus, citizens probably won't like it. All right, let's go ahead and just slowly walk back through these. So this is 4, we're about 97.5%. 7 and 8 are looking pretty good. We drop down to 3. 8's still looking pretty good. We can see we want a station kind of centered in between Anthony and Hopkins Hill and Central 4, and then one up to the top. Cycle one more. We still want those 2 stations, and we're picking up about 86% of our coverage. So with that concludes the presentation. We go ahead and hop to the last one, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions, hop back to any slides y'all like to talk about, and answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Members of the council, questions, discussion? Councilmember Shockley?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering on your insurance services slide, I just want to get an idea of how that works. So is it the closer you are to a fire station, the cheaper your homeowner's insurance is, or is it insurance on the fire station that you're talking about?
No, this would be like homeowner. It's going to affect commercial insurance more than homeowner. And this is a moving target. Even ISO and insurance companies can't exactly tell you how it's going to go. If you're one of the big companies like a Geico, State Farm, they have their own thing that they do. They don't really use ISO. Certainly your smaller insurance carriers, they will use it. Now they're all going to vary too. And that's why you can't put a definitive number on it, because my firm may treat it different than her firm, than Dan's firm. You know what I mean? So they're all going to interpret their level of risk a little bit differently. But what generally we're looking at is they're looking at insured properties, because it's insurance. So they're not worried about the woods. And so that's why we're looking at road base, because if you aren't located off the road base, you can't get a permit to build. If you can't get a permit to build, you're probably not going to be insured. And so that's kind of the thought behind it. And that's why they're using this road base. Plus, it's a pretty fair way that you can go through and assess, especially with GIS now, because I can go in there and very quickly tell you, 500 miles of road base, and you can cover 250 or 50% and get that number. And we can repeat that over and over again. But it's not just road base. There's other things. They look at dispatch. Just a quick overview. There's 105.5 points overall with it. 5.5 points is for community risk reduction, which is like fire prevention, community education. And that's like bonus points. Out of the 100, 10% is communications. So your emergency communication center. So if we haven't been in contact with those folks and we don't know what they're doing, there's 10% of our score right there. 40% of it is our water infrastructure. Because without water, you can't put out fires. And without a fire department, it doesn't matter how much water you have. 50% of it is fire. So we have fires 50, water's 40, ECC's 10. So there's your 100%. They look at training. They look at your engines. They look at ladders if you have them, reserve apparatus, your deployment, your number of personnel. They look at all those different factors. And at the end of the day, they look and say, what's your water score and what's your fire score? If they're even, then there's no deductions taken. But if my fire is way up here and my water is way down here, there's a thing called divergence, and they'll deduct points from you because of the off balance, or the other way around. And so you could have, say, 80 points, get 7 points of divergence taken away, and you're dropping back almost down, sometimes almost 2 classes, just because you're so lopsided on one or the other. So there's several factors that they're looking at, but generally speaking, ISO does matter. Being able to quantify it is difficult. I worked with ISO for years doing studies for them. Basically the stuff I was doing up there. It's like I would do a study for y'all, take your information, compare it to their information, and then go through and show you the most cost-effective ways to improve your rating. And so just with that experience, it's very difficult to quantify it. But it does matter. They don't cover EMS at all. And so that'd be the other thing I'd tell you. EMS is 70, 80% of most fire rescue departments' call volume. And so, it's important, but it's not the only thing out there. You know, it'd be like if we had a concrete company, but 80% of our work was frame building. How much do we really need to invest in the concrete part? So we want to just take all these things with a grain of salt and make sure their place is correct in what we're doing. If all we did was fire, it'd be one thing. But when we're running transports and doing heavy EMS, I think we need to put our focus where our majority of demand lies.
Thank you.
Further discussion, members of the council, questions? I know we've got a lot in front of us to digest, and I'm sure if we have further questions, Stuart would be happy to answer them through the town
Absolutely.
manager. At this point, I'd like to ask members of the council if they would indulge a motion to add a public comment for this item.
I'll make the motion.
Motion
second.
by Vice President Blank, second by Councilmember Shockley. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
And President Lima.
Yes.
Motion, 5 in the affirmative, motion passes.
Thank you. And just to confirm, Manager Perlow, that these materials have been posted on the town website as well. Okay. At this time, are there any members of the public who would like to make a comment on this presentation? Just come forward to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Yep, just this one raised hand first. Welcome, just state your name and address for the record.
Brian Teston, 2 Brookfield Road. Feel like Stu took a lot of my notes here, but I wanted to point out a few things as I've gone through the report myself. Areas that I found most interesting, pages 56 to 59 in your report. Those are the areas that provide a breakdown on service calls. I note that the service calls continue to increase each year as the population grows, and with the zoning changes going into effect, population's likely to continue to grow. I would expect that fire and EMS calls continue to grow as well. It's also interesting to note that 80% of all calls are EMS related. It's probably not surprising, but also that 70% of all calls occur between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. So, consideration can be given to surge servicing, adding additional rescues during the day, removing them at night. It's a complicated schedule and manpower has to be addressed. But it's something that would, benefit, both the type of call, the EMS call that predominantly occurs, as well as the time of day that they occur. Additionally, pages 60 to 63, which map the location of the stations against population density, the service call density, and the benchmark on response times. These visual representations are very helpful to folks, governing these fire districts in my position, seeing the hotspot of activity, where your station's located, and how many minutes of response time you have to the majority of calls is very helpful. And then as well, pages 101 to 105, where the optimal station locations occurred, assuming district boundaries don't exist. That's something that you want to look at in terms of future proofing the town, looking at a longer horizon of 20, 30 years or more. Are your stations in the right place? If you eliminate boundaries and you just look at the town as a whole. Beyond the report, I want to touch on a couple of topics. First, you know, in the current 4-district model, manpower in recent times has been a growing concern. I can tell you in my district, we have challenges in hiring, and we're just, you know, contractually looking to hire, you know, one per year. It's a struggle. There's a lot of bigger districts, bigger departments in the state, Cranston, you know, Providence, et cetera. We can't compete with the compensation that they're offering. But also, you know, there's a stability to consider that you know, firefighters around the state are looking at in some of those departments. There's a question mark on stability in Coventry. There's you know, there's a concern, you know, I don't know, a reputation or a public perception when budgets are repeatedly voted down, when funding is at risk, and you know, that's one of the reasons why it's difficult to attract new talent, and why it's difficult to retain existing talent. You know, very recently, we've already seen one district borrow funds from another to make payroll. Very recently, we've already seen a rescue removed from service as a result of reductions in manpower, folks leaving. The town of Cranston just recently went through a hiring process, and a number of our firefighters in town were on their list. You know, I used to look at this issue of, you know, should the districts consolidate? Should there be a municipal department? I used to look at it as purely a financial equation. I'm looking at it more and more these days as an impending public safety crisis. I think Stuart mentioned, you know, it's not a crisis if it's 30 years from now, but it's a crisis if it's tomorrow. And if a bunch of guys left these departments for Cranston, or, you know, or the next big department that goes to hire, we could be in a very, very difficult position in very short order. If you can't find people to replace them, if it takes a long time to hire, if you don't have enough people to man the trucks, you know, even considering the amount of overtime that they would put in, there's still limits to the amount that they can work. And at some point, with fewer and fewer men on the trucks, you have to shut down another apparatus or close a station. And I think we're getting closer and closer to being in that position. So I would recommend that, you know, I think this report is very valuable, especially to members of the public, to anyone unfamiliar with the fire districts. There's a lot of baseline data and information about the governance structures of each district, and there's financials in there. All of the folks that are close to it looked at the report and probably said, this is nothing that I don't already know. But I found some of it very interesting. And I think, you know, I would recommend we have some serious discussions about a municipal department. It's a very complex thing to do. There's a lot of, you know, there's budgets, there's pensions, there's collective bargaining agreements. There's a lot of things to be considered as part of it. You need a fire commissioner to be hired to kind of handle it. But it's something that I think in the long term for the town is a direction that we should pursue. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public present here this evening? Oh, come on up. Just state your name and address for the record. And make sure the microphone is switched on.
I'm Skip Mays. I'm 710 Perry Hill Road in Coventry, and a resident of the town for roughly 70 years. Somewhat familiar with what's been going on. Been involved in the fire service, mostly from an administrative and management side for close to 3 decades. So I have a little background. The report, and it's the gentleman that just preceded me, hit so many nails right squarely on the head. My compliments to him for doing his homework. Like him, I had had a chance to read the report, and I found it extremely interesting. It took a lot of hard work. But what I would urge you as the members of the council is to not accept that report as gospel. There are too many errors, too many bits of misinformation in terms of minor issues, but which bring question to me as to the accuracy of the report in general. Reaches a lot of good conclusions. One of the ones that I found troublesome, the very first slide showed a picture, a map of Coventry. And it showed essentially 2 Coventries. And those of us that have lived in Coventry understand that there are 2 Coventries. There's an eastern and there's a western. The geographics are very different. One's rural, one is not. One has traffic lights, one has street lights, one has hydrants, one has a good infrastructure in terms of roadways. The other does not. Recognizing that there are 2 very different Coventries is an important factor, which was brought to the consultant's attention during their visits out in the community. And for whatever reason, they chose to ignore the input that there were 2 Coventries. Now, I'm not here to advocate one or the other, but I would encourage the council to at least consider as another option that there might be, instead of 1 fire district or 1 town fire department, to think of some other alternatives that weren't mentioned. I can't tell you why they didn't mention it, don't know, unless there's another agenda afoot that I'm not familiar with. But I know that I can count on you as council to look carefully at this. Don't put it in the bottom drawer. Don't put this report in the bottom drawer and ignore it. It's got some good meat in it, but it also has a lot of information in there that you want to look at very carefully. Look at the runs that are reported in the report and ask, how accurate is this? There's a caveat that's written in the report that said, well, we're kind of close. We don't have exact numbers. Well, I'm here to tell you that in the case of Western Coventry Fire District, the numbers are off by at least 20 to 25%. What sort of error factor is that? Is that reasonably close? I don't think so. But does that open a can of worms and people can look in and say, gee, if that's maybe a misinformation, what else is in there that might be questionable? So that's my recommendation. Don't take this as gospel. Don't buy into it 100%. Use good common sense. And as my predecessor speaker here tonight mentioned, he said, give it a lot of good, careful thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional public comments this evening on the presentation? Let's come forward to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Any members of the public on Zoom, Mr. Houghton? Just unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, Robert Heavey, 607 Weaver Hill Road, Coventry.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I have one question for the consultant. One of his fire station locations is just about on the Coventry northern border, making the response circle half of it is out of town and half of it is in town. And if we're trying to provide service for Coventry, wouldn't you put that somewhat within the borders of the town rather than place it on the town boundary?
Yes, Mr. Stewart McCutcheon. That's a very good point. And so, like I said, when we started out, this is just one piece of information. This is what the model has determined is the most efficient. Now, if it's 1 point off from another, we can't see that. I'm not an advocate of placing stations on top of borders for exactly the reason you just stated. But I also am not going to go in and manipulate this thing to try to make it do what I want, because now we're not data driven. It's McCutcheon driven is what I think it is. So we're just using what the data's told us. The same thing with any other data. We had what we had. We reported based on what we had. And it's just, we're doing what we could do. This is only one metric in several. There's multiple other factors that go into this. This is just another piece to say, what stations may be viable, what areas should we maybe look at, and using internal knowledge with, where could we place, what properties are available, how would it affect neighborhoods, what's the traffic look like at 3 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon? Does the parade go by there? Is there a school across the street that's going to get out and snarl traffic twice a day? All of those things come into play. The model doesn't know any of that. So this is just one analysis or a set of analyses to help provide some additional background information based on what the data is telling us. Did that answer your question?
Well, that answers that question. And I have a second one as a follow-up.
Yes, sir.
And that is, was there any effort put in to separate the EMS responses from the fire responses and look at, the optimization of EMS separate from fire?
Your EMS represents such a large percentage of the overall calls, and fire represents so little that, just for my purview, and I came out of a fire rescue department as well, the fires are few and far between. We're going to do the best we can with what we have, but our bread and butter is going to be the EMS. And so, again, it's kind of that construction thing. If I have a concrete company, but 80% of my work is in doing wood frame construction, how much do I really need to invest in the concrete? And so, it's just this changing times, but I think, we just need to look at what is our demand? What is our majority of our demand? What are the things we need to be doing to answer the majority of that demand? We can still do the other, but I don't know that we want a minor component dictating the majority of our service demand.
So therefore, this optimization is based upon an EMS focus rather than a fire focus.
But it's got everything in there. So, it's got all of your calls, hazardous conditions, overpressures, overheat, false alarms. It's got all of it in there. So it's all of your call volume. So if we look at all of your call volume in totality, that's what it's based upon. It just so happens that the vast majority of it is EMS.
So if the vast majority being 80+%, this is now optimizing everything for EMS, and it's then tagging fire on top of it with the other 20% that may or may not be as optimized.
Yeah. Hazardous material calls or any of that stuff, special operations, all of those things, rescues, water rescues, any of that stuff, MVCs. Yeah, it's everything.
And so, isn't, the optimum EMS response time 5 minutes or less for cardiac conditions?
Yeah, that would be the response time. So when we were looking back at that response matrix, 60-second turnout for emergency calls for most, basically your EMS type calls and everything else, and then 4-minute travel time. So that gives us our 5-minute response would be ideal. We used 8-minute because we're running transport. And like I mentioned earlier, there's several professional studies out of universities and the like that have all found, in different parts of the world, that there's no significant statistical difference between a 4-minute arrival time for a transport unit and an 8-minute. And given 2/3 of Coventry looks rural, decided that would be the way to go, since obviously we can't, do like a Miami-Dade stacking a station every other block.
Understood, but having been a, CPR trained person for 30 plus years of my life, one of the things that they, impose is that, you need to get hands on the victim in the first 5 minutes, or there's serious risk of, death or brain damage to the person. And so the 8 minutes doesn't really address a lot of the potential cardiac issues where the patient's not going to recover the way they would have otherwise.
I mean, it's going to be the same thing for stroke alerts, major trauma, structure fires. But we're trying to match reality with the ability to pay. And so given the financial constraints that we have today, a 4-minute model would have almost certainly generated twice the number of stations, which would probably have meant twice the number of people. So we're trying to balance the community's willingness to pay with what's the best we can do with the resources we have available. Does that answer your question?
And that was the reason for me asking the questions about separating out EMS from fire, because maybe you end up with, 7 or 8 EMS stations and 3 or 4 fire stations that may or may not have house both units.
That would be wonderful.
But I think it may be a better vision to protect the citizens of the town, but it doesn't sound like your study looked at that at all.
No, sir. We were pretty much given the current financial constraints of the present day. And given those constraints, they would not support that model, unfortunately.
And one last question, when you did your financial projections and, looked at the possibility of a municipal department, did you subtract out the income from rescue recovery, since rescue billing would cease to exist in that model?
We did a status quo based on what we had today. There were a lot of questions about financials, a lot of them actuary type questions. And unfortunately, it depends on day to day with some of that stuff. If I knew what Microsoft was going to be at a year from now, I wouldn't be doing this. I'd be living on a private island because I knew how the stock market works. So, some of these things, we're just getting you an idea. We're getting you close. Again, it's just one metric to look at to try to get an idea of what would happen if, generally speaking, where would we sit at? There's so many other variables that come into play. Rescue recovery is great. But are you going to recover 20%? Or are you going to recover 90%? Are you going to do 50% the first 6 months? Or are you going to do 40% the first 6 months and then go to 80% the second 6 months? That's all crystal ball stuff that we just don't know. And so we're keeping it more or less in the items we can control to say, okay, here's generally speaking where we're trending so we can make informed decisions. Does that answer your question?
Well, no, because you're speaking of the future, but you have the historical data of the districts for what they are collecting in rescue billing, which would all disappear. So that money would come off the table in a municipal department.
I don't know. You may be right. I'm not sure about that.
All right. Well, thank you. You did a lot of good work, but I think, to echo someone previous, I think there's probably a lot more work that still needs to be done, but thank you.
It's just kind of just generally speaking to the data, I alluded to it earlier, we can only do with what the data we were given. We sent this out for review to all the chiefs. It was approved, sent back. So, we can only do with what we have. Could it be more specific if we had better data? Absolutely. But, you can only do with what you got. So, I think we did the best we could with the data available, and I'm hoping it helps you all out.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all so much, council members. Mr. Manager, thank you all so much for inviting us here, using our firm to do the study, and we really appreciate it. Y'all have a good night. Thank you all, everybody out there, for coming out tonight.
Thanks. Any other members of the public on Zoom, Cody? Last call, public comment on the presentation. Just state your name and address for the record.
The only question I got
The only question I got is NFPA 1710 allows for mutual aid response. Looks like we only looked at responses coming from within the stations in Coventry. Why didn't we think of the other stations outside of town?
Yeah, and that's exactly what we did. And the reason for that is we're assessing the town of Coventry, not how well your neighbors can assist you, because we want to know what your capabilities are, not what's flooding into you. And so that's the reason why, I don't know, if I was looking at your productivity level and you have your friends helping you out, I don't want to look at what your friends are doing. I want to look at what you're doing. Does that make sense? And so that way we can find the gaps in the hole. But we're looking for the gaps in the hole so we can address them. And if we start plugging them in with neighbors coming in, that gap may disappear. And so that's why we did it that way. Does that make sense?
It does, but the way we typically respond to calls is with mutual aid. It's quite
I understand. No, I understand it. And that's the
Just one at a time, guys. Okay.
Yeah, I understand it. That's the way it works, but we're only looking at Coventry. Plus, we didn't have data for all these other agencies.
Let me just see if, did you have any additional questions? Thank you. Councilor Shockley.
Just to go off of that question, when you were sent data, do you know if these were calls to where we went to other towns where we acted as mutual aid?
I excluded those.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Last call, public comment on the presentation. Just come up and state your name and address for the record. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Public comment on this presentation is now closed.
Thank you all so much. Have a good night.
You wanted someone to do air, you've got earth with the landfill, fire, water. Got all the elements.
Moving on to report of other town officers and officials. Item A, Stephen Angels, Solicitor. We have a list of items this evening.
How much should we pay for that?
If folks could just keep their conversations to a minimum until they exit the auditorium, we're still conducting a meeting. Thank you.
Good evening. So a couple of things I wanted to cover tonight. First is an update on what's going on with the Arnold Road landfill. So you had as part of your package the first annual reporting that was done. It's really not that substantial.
Excuse me. Guys, can you just head outside to chat, please? Thank you.
It's really not that substantial. It seems sort of pro forma to you. That's simply because there was nothing amiss for the first annual reporting period. The monthly reports are certainly more detailed than that. And obviously, if there's something amiss in those reports, they'll be brought to your attention. One thing that does continue to be an issue, as we were scheduling a meeting for next week at the site concerning the construction of the solar farm, the gates continue to be left open, and they were plowed open and left open for a while. And that was noticed by a monitoring engineer from GZA who happens to travel through Coventry every day on their way to work up Arnold Road. And that is something that was reported to the other partners in the PRP group. And I can tell you that if there is damage to the cap for our failure to keep those gates closed, we risk being on the hook if the insurer decides not to pay for damage to the cap as a result of an intruder. So I just want to point that out. The solar farm construction.
Just one moment. Vice President Lake.
Solicitor, are you working with the town manager to make sure that somehow that gets rectified? Because I think this is like the 3rd time that you've brought this issue up to us. So
Well,
I'm getting concerned. And I just feel like there needs to be some
think
kind of
the
act.
council needs to know. I have been concerned for a while. I know that the town manager has spoken to people. I don't know what we need to do to get employees to lock the gate. It's just that simple. It's really not tough. It just isn't. It just isn't.
Is there any comment from the town manager on this?
They've been advised, they do utilize that lot. I know they don't open and then lock and then open and lock and then open and lock all day. I know they do not do that. So usually there's a window of time that they're utilizing that space. So I believe say it's a 3-hour window, they're utilizing the lot, doing what they have to do, go there, drop off their materials or whatever it is, go back out and then come back. So they are going back and forth. The only thing we could do is I could have someone there locking and unlocking daily, but it's gonna take away someone from doing their other regular duties.
Do the employees know the risk poses to the town? Like, are they aware of it's not just like we'd like it closed because it looks nice. It's the inherent financial and risk to the town. Like,
They are aware
is
of that.
the weight of that? Okay.
Yes. And again, I just think it's the point of getting in and out of the truck dozens of times a day is probably the reasoning why it doesn't happen.
My only concern is, oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Mr. Blankstein.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
My only concern with that is, while it might be a hindrance to getting in and out of the truck, once we have $1 million claim, it's going to be a different story. So I just, that cap is very expensive. So this is the third time the solicitor has brought it up, so it's clearly a concern to him. I just think it needs to be addressed accordingly.
I will reiterate that.
Councilor Shockley.
So I guess I just asked that either A, every time they come and go, they close and lock the gate, like stop making it okay that you can leave for some period of time without closing it, or B, don't utilize the area anymore. Because it's becoming a situation where if we can't get people to conform to closing and locking a gate, I don't know what they use the area for, but I feel like it has to be taken away as an option. Because I mean, these are adults and this is important and this is a huge expense to the town that we can actually control. There's so many expenses we're talking about that we have no control over. Adults closing and locking a gate, I feel like that has to be, something goes in your file if you left that day and you did not close and lock that gate.
It's a big part of risk mitigation and risk management. It's just that simple. So
Can I also ask though, on this form, and it's just something I noticed, and I'm guessing it relates to something else, but it says fencing.
yes.
No fence required.
Yeah, no, it's no fence required in portions on the inside. It's a misnomer. It's a bad form. It's a state prescribed form. And what it doesn't tell the reader is that if there are cautionary tales by checking the wrong box on that form, then then the group needs to provide supplemental reporting. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But if something like that does, it'll be brought to everybody's attention long before it gets to that point. Are there other questions on the reporting? So on the solar farm itself, we have a site visit next week. We're going to need a small bus. This is about 15 people, only 2 from the town. Engineers and folks from Amoresco and WSD and bunches of other people who need to walk through and actually see with their eyes the site plan for the fencing. I described that for you at our last meeting. That's going to happen next week. I believe it's next Tuesday in the afternoon. Also on Thursday next week will be a meeting of the entire PRP group with the investment advisors. So I'll have the fund balances for you after that in a report in the actual budget and the budget to actuals that are being used by the group at this point. This is the first year where the lessor is actually paying half of the policy premium. Policy premium on the cap is $10,000 a year. that's being shared by Amoresco and the developer. So they pay half of that. They don't pay it to us. They pay it to the PRP group. So it's just less money that comes out of the trust fund that theoretically the group would be on the hook for, of which we're 60% of, should the fund become insolvent. So anything else on the landfill? Okay. So I wanted to follow up in broad terms tonight, or as specifically as you'd like to get based on what's available, on the discussion that was prompted at our last meeting by the finance director's report with respect to the solicitor's budget. So in response to that, I sent an email to Mr. Civetti, which I think he alludes to in his report, requesting a variety of information with respect to expenditures in the legal department. As you know, last year, the budget line item was changed to include legal services provided townwide and bring that under one umbrella. We'll have more to say on that, I think, as that information comes in to me, but I do not have that available to me tonight. What I would like to do, however, is talk a little bit about why the town finds itself in the position that it does from a legal expense standpoint. For example, I will be looking at, in terms of putting together this piece of the budget, our comparison to other cities and towns of like size. For example, we are the second largest town by population, and certainly the largest city or town of the 39 in Rhode Island by geography. And I'll be looking at similarities among the different cities and towns that, we have some congruence with. There are some that just are not an apt comparison and some that are, and we'll be looking at those. For example, I'm looking at the annual audit reporting that's done for 2022 among cities and towns with respect to some of the audited expenses that they report to the state, mostly in the litigation area. And we can talk about that because we'll be factoring out matters that the interlocal trust doesn't cover, I should say. With respect to, the budget as I inherited it in November of 22, that budget was approximately 70% spent at that point in the year. So of the $423,000 that was allocated, over 70% of that was spent, and there were additional expenditures made by the then town manager, Marchant, to lawyers working for the town from November until the time that he left, unbeknownst to me, and without my approval, quite frankly. That does not happen now. And I'll talk about what the present practices are, just to remind you, and we'll bring this forward again in a more logical fashion in the budget season. What we didn't have when I came here, we didn't have pinpoint budget information with respect to the solicitor's budget. I didn't. I know that Mr. Civetti and Mr. Perillo have been helpful in trying to gather that. Certainly, neither did any of the interim town managers that I worked with, and none of it was provided by Mr. Marchant. I had asked for lists of attorneys who worked for the town, and I'll just tell you what I didn't have. I didn't have a list of attorneys who were working on anything for the town. Certainly didn't have a list of payments made to them. There is, I can tell you, no record of any billing, time specifications. Invoicing is scant, if any. There are no contracts, letters of engagement, no evidence of legal compliance with respect to the existence of malpractice policies for those lawyers working for the town. That's not the case now. I review all of the legal billing for anyone who does work for the town. They don't do work for the town unless they have a contract with the town. They work for me if they do, and the contract is with me. It's terminable by me. All of the billing is reviewed on a monthly basis and provided to finance with invoicing to go with it. And that's done in a timely fashion. And when I say timely fashion, all of that invoicing should be done before the end of your fiscal year. So no one should be submitting invoices in August and September for work that was completed in April and May of the prior fiscal year. So we force them to close those books 30 days, or I cease, or I will have them cease doing any work for us. And they know that as a matter of course. One of the other things that I can tell you, and we'll go through them, it becomes evident some of the things that we've changed. There's a tremendous amount of deferred maintenance in this town across the board. I don't have to tell you, heard a bit of it here tonight in concrete terms, but oftentimes what management doesn't see is deferred maintenance in areas that either are not a profit center or a center where, you know, the public readily sees some tangible evidence that things are being done. For example, I had been asked to take a look at requests for proposal, requests for bids, invitations to bid, which was concerning to me because that nomenclature is not interchangeable, particularly not under the state law. Quite frankly, our invitation for bid process was broke and not very legal. That was changed, and that was not a light lift, I can tell you. And it's been a bit of a learning curve for many of the departments. We have had to dive in and change the substance and process related to things in the municipal court, particularly on the civil side, as it relates to citations in the building and zoning area. We did not have a legally compliant method of citing businesses, for example, for notices of violation or notice of orders, and bringing those matters to municipal court is a cost-effective mechanism available to the town, but is seldom used one in prior administrations, even to the point where when we recently had to serve someone with a civil summons to come to municipal court, the municipal court didn't have a form. So we helped them put that together. The court's been very cooperative in some of the reforms and very helpful in some of the reforms that we've come to institute. There was not, in my opinion, when I came here, an OMA and an APRA culture, compliance culture. We had a training here, I think it was February of last year. We'll be doing another one. And we'll be bringing in the State Ethics Commission again at that time. That's since changed. You know, and I feel that one of the things that we've done is we've built, and I say we, I'm talking about the solicitor's office, has built a good rapport with the various department heads, where they will come and ask for advice proactively to try to mitigate the risk of litigation and things of that nature. For example, it was discovered that it was not common practice for a stenographer to sit with the Zoning Board of Review, which creates a conflict with respect to the type of record that's necessary to be produced should an appeal be taken from a ZBR matter. We're presently having to spend extraordinary money to have a stenographer transcribe a meeting from a Zoom hearing. That's about $9 a page, as opposed to normal transcription, which is about $3.50 a page on transcription. So now we pay an appearance fee to have a stenographer come. They don't produce a transcript unless an appeal is taken or there is a necessity for one. It's really short money in that regard, and it's a legal compliance issue. One of the big changes that has been made in the legal department is that we handle labor, employment, and human resources matters in-house. We do not farm them out to separate counsel. We have the expertise on the team to do it. and we do it. That relates to tax issues. It relates to landfill issues, and it relates to contract issues as well as human resources issues. So there's been a consolidation of those services. One of the other things that gets done that I'm not sure that this council is aware of is on a monthly basis, I get reporting. I get 4 different types of reporting from the interlocal trust with respect to risk management and legal compliance as it pertains to workers' compensation, liability, and other matters, including litigation. I have regular contact with the interlocal trust and regular contact with outside attorneys who work for the interlocal trust on matters being handled by the trust. Now, the trust doesn't cover everything, and that's part of the issue with what's been inherited in the legal department. We have a number of contractual matters that I inherited. We have a number of labor and employment matters. And when I say labor and employment matters, I'm talking about disputes with employees and former employees, whether they be lawsuits, whether they be grievances, things of that nature. We have settled or worked out most of those grievances, if not all of them. We have, I think, 2 that were pending coming into this collective bargaining session, one of which has been settled, and the other of which will be dealt with in the context of changes to the contract language for Council 94. The avoidance of litigation is much like avoiding health problems. You see a general practitioner, and if you listen, you change your diet, change your exercise habits, and you don't have a list of 10 specialists that you go to fix all the problems that crop up as a result of the failure to mitigate those problems. We're trying to mitigate risk of its point of origin by writing good contracts, by eliminating litigation that's unnecessary, and frankly, settling the backlog of things that we have. When I say settle, we're either going to litigate it or we're going to come to some resolution, but we're not going to litigate things just to churn fees. That's not what we do here. We've also, one of the things that you'll see is, for example, with the change in the zoning code as it relates to accommodating the new affordable housing legislation from the General Assembly, there is a new board that will be meeting to inform the decisions of the planning board and the zoning board, called the Technical Review Committee. The TRC, as it's called, is something that's used by other cities and towns effectively, but it is a public body. They will have meetings. I will be sitting with them out of the gate. They have their first meeting next week. It's a daytime meeting. We're sort of feeling our way along on those things. The planning director, Doug, and I have worked on what we'll be doing next week with them to get them trained on, what they need to know for open meetings, APRA, ethics, how the board will work and interact with the other boards and commissions. This is stuff that you don't know that goes on, that gets done just as a matter of course. And maybe you should know that it goes on, and I will be reporting on that more frequently to you. Pending issues and unique issues when I came through the door here, just to name a few, and some of them persist because they were not small issues. One is the financial issues as it relates to the audit status of the town and our interaction with state officials on that as a result of compliance. The Center of New England litigation continues, or I should say that receivership continues, requiring our attention. We've had a significant amount of uptick in litigation with respect to social holdings during the past year, some of which I'm unable to talk about because it's a pending matter. I won't talk about it in open session, and neither will I talk about the pendency of things going on in the center of New England, which you are aware of from our time in executive session together. Also a bit unusual, it occurred to me when I came in here that we had an unusual backlog of long pending OMA complaints that needed to be answered, APRA complaints and violations that needed to be answered before the Attorney General's office. And one of the complaints involved our town clerk's office. And, you know, as a result of these things, you have to interview the various people in the offices. And when I interviewed Joanne, I said, Joanne, how long have you been with the town? And at the time she said, gee, it'll be 5 years in May. And I said, in 5 years, I said, can you tell me how many town managers you've worked for? She said 8, including interims and repeats. And I bring that up for one reason. It illustrates the backlog of APRA and OMA stuff that we inherited that needed to be dealt with. But I've worked with 3 in a little over a year. So that's a little unusual. But you know, what I was certainly involved in was exiting senior managers as well as 2 department heads. There were innumerable other pending human resources matters that some of which are still in suit. I inherited poor union relations, due partly to the fact that for the money that this town had spent in the 12 months preceding, you had 2 expired collective bargaining agreements that were nowhere near ready to be finished. And I'd like to say, I think at this point, that there is generally a good working relationship that exists, not just among senior management, but with legal counsel as well. We're able to pick up the phone and have a civil conversation with union leaders and with their lawyers to work on issues together, short of litigation and short of costing the town hourly money for solicitor expense. One of the other issues in terms of litigation is we have suits. Many suits are not covered by your insurance policy with the interlocal trust. For example, contract cases are not covered. Wage and hour cases are not covered. You can pay them to do them, but they're not covered. And you pay the indemnity on those as well. And contract cases. Contract cases here, in injunctive relief, certainly, is not covered. But contract cases, the real problem that we've had here, and I say we because, you know, you walk in, you inherit the problem. It's your problem. It's my problem. The real problem here is the contracts themselves were terrible, extraordinarily poorly written documents. God only knows where they came from, who approved them, who looked at them, who didn't look at them. This, if I had to illustrate a common response when I asked the question of who made the contract, who did the contract, who looked at it, who approved it, this would be the illustration. Nobody takes responsibility. Not people here, by the way, but people that you've paid. And those a lot of those contracts are in litigation. It's why we've changed the invitation for bid process. It's why I know, much to the chagrin of others, they say, my God, we used to do this in 10 minutes. Well, if somebody can divine a way to read 76 pages in 10 minutes, I'd like to know, because I used to read about 800 pages a week for law school, and I'm pretty good at it, particularly since my training's in economics and business. With that said, that's changed. I've had good cooperation from the town manager on that. You know, he'll say, Steve, when can I get it back? But when he gets it back, it's a boat that floats. And I feel comfortable about that. And I feel comfortable that the contracts that we've made since I've been here are contracts that we can defend in a court of law if we're challenged. And certainly, if I'm not standing here, someone else will be able to defend those contracts for the town of Coventry. Other issues that were a bit unique, and some of which, by the way, will continue to be unique to you. Not everyone hosts a landfill. Not everyone hosts a landfill with hazardous waste that's been, you know, sarcophagized in a way. with a very unique cover. The cover that's on your landfill is one of only 4 in the country. It's great, but it's very unique and requires some unique handling. That's going to continue for a while. You know, when I walked through the door, the second meeting I did with you folks was a ride presentation for a prospective school bond. And now you're in school bond mode. That's a bit unique. It was new for this group, and hopefully will not be new to you as you move forward and the town continues on solid financial footing. But certainly unique in a fiscal year for that to hit the budget. We've also had the imposition of really some massive changes that were made or will be made to your zoning code. Your zoning code needed some work anyway. And when Mr. McLean and I looked at it, we realized that we needed to do it in phases or tranches, as I like to say, because we just couldn't reroute all of the wiring without kicking a few plugs out of the wall that we needed. So we did what we had to do in a first low-hanging fruit tranche for January, and there's more to come. You know, candidly, I certainly appreciate the work of the consultant. It was paid for by a grant, but I can tell you that that work got us about halfway to where we needed to be. You know, and it's really the job of my office to make sure that that code is solid. Cities and towns are going to get sued as a result of the changes to the affordable housing scheme and the low to moderate income housing statute and how all of those burdens have shifted. We just want to make sure that we're in the best possible position to defend on those. There is one municipality, for example, that made the news by saying, well, we're just going to have a moratorium and we won't do anything until July. That's not going to be a good answer when you get sued. We will not be in that position. So, but there will be more changes, and it was a very large undertaking in that area. You know, and I think I've demonstrated also that I'm not afraid to make changes among the personnel that I have. We had personnel that, you know, that I brought in, that I've jettisoned for different reasons, and found a better price point for us. And we'll be talking about some of the, you know, the fruits of that. One of the things on the agenda tonight is is a code revision, a general code review and revision. Your code service, if I'm not mistaken, under its contract, you pay for it, town pays for it. They will do a reconciliation of your code with state law, and they will do an internal reconciliation of the code for inconsistencies. And we need that. There are things in the code that I've noticed since I've been here that frankly, they're not legal. They wouldn't fly. We think we can do them, but we can't. I'll give you an example. I'll use my office. There's I think it's a charter provision or a code provision that says that all solicitors' opinions are to be made public. No, they're not. I've already talked to State Disciplinary Council about that, and I've talked to the Supreme Court Advisory Board. If I get a request on that, write to them and told a period of time until they can give me an opinion that says, no, you do not have to turn over your advice to your client, to the public, and to anybody else who might like to know. It's a ridiculous provision. It's contrary to the rules of professional conduct. So I have two masters to serve. And I just bring that out for what it's worth. That's a question.
Councilor Ludwig.
Is what you were just talking about something we are going to do or something we are doing?
We're going to do it. I'm talking with the code provider about, you know, we're not going to spend any money. I mean,
Is it just on code or they also do charter?
Yeah, they'll do both.
Okay, because I do see, this is probably why you came. Okay, so I know that in the, one of the voting items on the ballot last year was, do we want a committee to get together and review the charter for changes, things like that? And I don't know where we are with kind of picking that up, but maybe we can put that on a future agenda and see how that ties in with what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the kind of spade work that should get done first. And then that work, you know, on the charter side anyway, would go to the committee and they'd make recommendations to the council. I would also make recommendations to the committee because I do think that there are some charter provisions that they're not just antiquated, they don't apply anymore. I mean, in the world of legal constitutional poker, okay, my state constitution trumps your general law. My general law trumps your ordinance and your local charter on some things.
Okay.
So you know, there's this belief that when you have a whole home rule charter, that the state can't tell you what to do. That's not quite right.
So, President Lima, maybe we can just make a note for future agenda to talk about aligning, getting that committee together versus what came out of the vote last year, because I know there's specific language on that, and sounds like it's perfect timing. Thank you.
That's what I have as an overview of my department and my budget for now, until I get some hard numbers that I can bring before everyone. The budget is of concern to me. Please make no mistake. The budget is of no concern to me, but I can't prosecute and defend what's before the town without adequate resources. We have had some extraordinary expenses in this budget cycle. I do not shy away from that, and I am happy to answer any questions as the numbers come before us. So I want the council to know that, and I want the public to know that as well. Other questions on that part of my update? Police department training. So on the 21st of November, there was a training held by Assistant Solicitor Verdecchia at the police department. It was well received. The genesis of that particular training were things that had been brought to my attention and things that crossed my desk as they related to what I perceived to be some areas of concern with respect to probable cause, search and seizure, and best practices for police reports. I see a number of police reports in the course of what I do, whether they be with respect to things that go on in a school or, you know, access to Public Records Act requests, things of that nature. So, and of course, things that come up in the prosecution division with respect to either our local municipal court or the district court, my assistant solicitor will bring things to my attention. I reached out to the town manager and to the chief. We met on those issues. The suggestion of a training was very well received, which, by the way, is covered by everybody's stipend. And I'm going to start to make those distinctions also so that you're clear as to what you're getting, what value you're getting for your money. It was very well received. We're going to be doing those trainings. We'd like to do them quarterly, not just on those issues, but on other contemporary issues, particularly in the criminal area. You know, there's going to be a bit of a learning curve with respect to access to Public Records Act requests as they relate to body camera footage. I know that Captain Witt can't wait for that to happen. But graciously, the chief embraced the changes that I wanted to make with respect to how we respond to public records requests in his department. He gets it. He's embraced those changes. Captain Witt is the point person on those matters, and I think he's done just a terrific job. He's wonderful to work with. The last item on my list here is compliance with the OMA that we file an annual calendar for the various boards and commissions. The council may recall that we had a complaint lodged against the town last year for failure to meet those compliance burdens. So at the beginning of the year this year, I reached out to the town clerk to get a sense of where we stood on these things. And I can report to you that the annual calendar for the council was filed timely, that planning, zoning, land trust, and the Historic Preservation Commission have all filed their annual calendars timely. By the way, that's coordinated through your planning department, not through the clerk's office. Clerk is responsible for the council calendar, but planning, zoning, land trust, and historic preservation are calendars that are administered through the planning office. They were posted timely. The sewer subcommittee, Maria Broadbent took care. Maria disappeared. But Maria Broadbent took care of that timely and reported to me on that, as did the Megan at the Library Board of Trustees. Board of Canvassers, my request to them remains outstanding. So I'll keep you posted on that. And the Housing Authority was filed this week. So it would seem to me that the message was received last year on that. But that was on our calendar this year to ensure that that got done. Are there any questions?
Questions from comments from members of the council?
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to report of the finance director. Mr. Civetti, the floor is yours. November 2023 budget to actual and update on FY22 and FY23 audits.
All right. Just to add a little levity for the moment, usually if you have the finance guy come up before the attorneys, people will stay. Once the attorneys come in, people tend to leave. So I appreciate the few that did stay around. Thanks, Lisa. So you do have. Okay, thanks. So you do have in your packet this evening the budget versus actual for your general fund for the 5 months ended November 30th, 2023. And with that, you have some of the highlights that are provided in the past. So again, same qualifications that I've indicated in the past. We're not doing a hard cutoff each month. So we do have some costs that were incurred through November. They may not get reported until December. Obviously, at the end of the fiscal year, we do the hard cutoff and to make sure things are in the proper period. So, approximately 42% of the fiscal year is in. Revenue, we're trending, right on line, actually slightly ahead of where we would expect to be. Some of the highlights here, when you look at the school department, we have school miscellaneous revenue. I indicate the account number there, ending in 96101. That revenue, for the most part, gets received from the school department. And then we get the information from them at audit time, or right now I'm going to try to get information from them through the end of December. And then we just record it on our side of the books as revenue and a matching expense. It has no impact. It doesn't usually flow through the town. And the largest portion of that would be tuition revenue for out-of-district tuition that they receive, as well as Medicaid revenue they receive. So don't be alarmed when you see very little revenue reported at this point. Town clerk revenue, overall, we're trending slightly higher than budgeted. However, recording fees are trending less than anticipated. But that department overall is looking like we'll exceed budget if we continue with the current trends. Municipal court fees are trending about 33,000 more than budgeted.
Councilor Ludwig.
Yeah, Ms. Director Civetti, just want to make sure I understood. Because when we say more than budget, meaning it's costing us more, 33 more than budget, or it's bringing in
on the
more?
revenue side, revenues come in higher than anticipated. So that's a good thing.
Okay.
This is the revenue component. So if I'm saying that we're gonna be trending more than, that's a good thing. Our revenue's coming higher than
Okay, so
what we
these are all the
budgeted.
revenue. So is this also possibly related, Solicitor Angel, from some of the cases we've been bringing forward? So I'll just give an example. We had a case that started, or probably should have started, in early 22. Nothing happened. This year, we're going full guns a-blazing.
Yeah, to answer your question, the shorter answer is, I think the more thoroughly prepared you are in a case, the chances you maximize your outcome are better, and that's what I'm seeing.
Are you asking if it's making a financial win though?
So for example, I am going to count it as a win, because the stuff that ends up in municipal court is where someone is violating something in the town and it's hurting, for example, residents. And we didn't bring these things previously, or didn't even know how. And we have an upcoming item that I'm going to be attending with residents in the next few weeks. And it has just taken so long to get this thing into the court system. But I'm glad to see this. I want to make sure my understanding was right, but I had assumed it was because we're actually getting things into the court system now. Thank you.
That's fine. In the treasurer's revenue, like we mentioned in the past, currently we're trending about 400,000 more than anticipated, primarily due to interest rates and just trying to maximize investment return. At this point, I think when I presented last month, we talked about closing out our investment account where we were primarily in treasuries. That did happen in late December. All that money's been transferred over to a local financial institution where we're currently getting 5% interest. And with the treasuries we were getting around the same amount, but we were having to pay an advisory fee for that account. So to avoid the advisory fee, we just pulled the money out of those treasuries and put it into a CD. We'll continue to monitor the interest rates, as we go forward. If we think it's an opportune time to go back into the investments to maximize the investment return, we'll certainly do that. But again, keeping in mind that we'll stay out of equities, which I don't believe are appropriate for a municipality, at least for general fund revenue. On the state revenue, the telephone tax is going to be approximately 38,000 more than budgeted. The hotel tax is trending approximately 15,000 higher than anticipated. Meals and beverage revenues trending about 71,000 less than anticipated. So hopefully with those EDC cards that went out in the last couple of months and the big push there, maybe people will start using those for local restaurants, and we'll get some of those local sales tax or meals and beverage tax. Cannabis taxes, it wasn't budgeted. Again, we're looking to be approximately 18,000. And state housing aid, when you look at it, just keep in mind that the state housing aid comes in twice a year, generally in October and April. We are anticipating to get the full revenue there. As far as the tax assessors department 620, current taxes is at 44%. So again, slightly above the 42% of the fiscal year that we're through. All prior year taxes, which include the excise taxes, at about 72%. The payment in lieu of taxes line item that we had budgeted at 90,000, that's probably only going to come in around 20,000. Again, when the budget was prepared, my lack of familiarity, and the town manager, I think his first day we presented his budget to the council, so he definitely didn't have a familiarity with it. We went off of the 90,000 that had been budgeted in the past, and I just can't see where that revenue comes from. Speaking with the assessor's office, the tax collectors, we don't believe that we have that 90,000 in payment in lieu of taxes. The tax collectors' interest and penalties. Again, keep in mind that as we go further in the year, that's where we'll see the increase in that revenue. So at this point, there's nothing of alarming. I think we're going to come under budget there. Police department's trending higher than anticipated, although details have slowed down considerably, obviously, with the winter months. Inspection and permits trending to come in approximately 227,000 higher than budgeted. And as we mentioned last time,
Councilmember Shockley.
On that one, just because it's so much higher, you know, a lot of these are not huge differences, but do we know why that's so much higher than like?
I think the big push, talking to the department director, Chuck Phelps, you know, at our directors meetings, he's indicated there's just been a lot with solar. So a lot of the permits going with solar that, you know, significantly higher than in the past. And I think just a lot with real estate and people not doing, you know, they're staying in the homes they're in because of the cost of going out with the increase in mortgages. People are doing more additions and stuff to their homes. But again, I think last month we projected that at the current trends to be even higher than 227. But again, we did see a significant slowdown in the month of November, probably see slowdown in the next couple of months. So, you know, again, this is all based on just a projection at the current trend. You know, that could swing significantly if we have a major slowdown in the spring. On the expenditure side, we're currently at 39%. So, you know, some of that could be a little misleading, mainly because of the debt service payments. The principal on debt service is doing lump sum in the month of March. So, you know, we don't have that spread equally throughout the year. But each department, so the town manager, looks like we'll have savings there. We have currently an unfilled executive assistant position, budgeted approximately 34,000. Human services, couple items noted there, mainly related to the pensions, which we discussed last time. So no changes there, but just slightly changes between what we budgeted for the SRP pension, the police pension, as well as the local 94 pension, how we're changing some of those monies to equal what the actuary recommended we contribute. Town solicitors, the solicitor just went through his. He did provide a list. It's just going to take some time to pull the information, try to track all that down. Our focus right now has been more on staying up to date, and we did have the auditors in there, so we're focusing on that, but we certainly will work with the solicitor to get him any information he needs. Treasurer's Department, investment advisory fees. I mentioned we had GYL with the investment account. We've since closed that, so you should not see any future investment advisory fees in the general fund. We had a finance clerk's position that's been vacant since September. It should be filled by the end of January, so there would be some savings there. Finance director's compensation, you'll see some savings there. That position wasn't filled until officially September 18th. Obviously, right underneath that, you'll have professional services where some of the cost is offset with the services that were provided as a consultant.
Do you have an idea of how over budget we're going to be in terms of that professional services?
Just in the treasurer's office?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're referencing your fees before you became full-time.
Yeah, no, I think, be honest with you,
Do
when
we
you
have a
look at the
sense of that?
salaries overall, I think we'll be within budget. If you factor in the compensation there, as well as the salaries that were budgeted for that department, we'll be below budget. We won't be over budget there.
Okay.
I think there's, savings in, various other line items.
And I'm kind of jumping ahead, but
Yep.
previously we had said that the grant writer was under the town manager's budget. When did we move that again? Remind me.
I can change that. That's just,
Oh, okay.
that's where it got.
Doesn't matter to me. I'd be
happy
struck me
to
to
put
see
it
that.
under his budget, so he'd be over budget and not the
Yeah.
treasurer's department, so I'll certainly move that. But again, one of the things I know we're gonna be talking about at maybe a later meeting, when you look at that line item, yes, we'll say, $54,000 cost annually, but just looking at some of the grants, I think she'll have a performance evaluation coming forward of what's been brought before,
She's
forth.
still
but
slated to
just-
come in 23rd, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so I think just with what we heard earlier tonight, the possible grant we could be receiving to help with the high school, a grant of over $3 million there, well worth spending 54,000
Yeah.
to help get that grant.
Right.
Electric, light and power, we're still working with the energy consultant there. We'll be hopefully getting that squared away within the next several weeks to get the true cost in there. But again, nothing alarming that we think we're going to be over budget. Department 620, as we mentioned in the past, probably within the next month, we'll come forward with a resolution to set up a new reval escrow account or a fund where we can set aside the money for the future reval. Police overtime, we mentioned last month that projected or it's trending to be about 1.2 million or 590,000 over budget. After the last meeting, I believe Chief Heiss and probably some of the folks in his office were listening, so they had concerns. They went right to the books the next day. They worked with the town manager or communicated with the town manager. And I just haven't met with them yet, but we will get together because they believe that overall they're going to have cost savings in various other line items in their budget that they will not result in an over budget to that extent. I think the last communication, they think maybe around 100,000 at best, or at worst, I should say. So, yeah, we've have looked at some of these items, and again, the directors have been proactive looking at the items themselves as they come up. Department 810 engineering, we recently hired the engineering coordinator for budgeted amount, so we'll see some savings there because the position didn't start till middle of November. Roads and bridges, it looks like it's over budget at this point, but the capital lease, again, keep in mind there that the capital lease for 200,000 is paid in full in August. So that's why we're at 83% of that line item. Snow removal, Department 840, we look great. You see my little frown there. I don't know what happened on Sunday, but hopefully that's, one of the few storms that we have, at least on the weekend, so that we don't have to incur double time in the overtime. But we'll keep monitoring that. Department 880 vehicle maintenance. We have a few line items that are already over budget. Sanitation repair being the primary one that if we continue on this current trend, will be about 230,000 over budget. But again, that's something I know this council is looking into with the town manager, and we'll continue to monitor that. Just the Department 951, which is contingencies, again, just make sure, that the two expenses currently in there is 100,000 for the OPEB trust fund, which we're currently on hold. The company that manages the funds, they just recently sold. So Vanguard recently sold out to another company. So the trust is currently working with their advisors to see where they're going to end up with the funds. Because I apologize, I just can't remember the name of the group that they sold to, but that group that Vanguard did sell the assets to, they do not want to be in the business of managing OPEB trust funds for municipalities. So they're currently working to move that around. As soon as that happens, we'll get all the assets invested. But our trust fund is set up thanks to the solicitor for reviewing all those documents. And then capital improvements, and there's been just a couple purchases at this point, 45,000 for the DPW grader, and then some police IT service for 26,452. So, in summary, I think our revenue, we're trending on a good note right now. Even though we have some line items that are over budget, I think we'll see savings in all the line item expenditures, but also some positive variances in revenue. So we'll continue to monitor it. I know last meeting there was a discussion about should we be putting spending freezes on. At this point, we're going to be meeting with department heads to start the budget process. Everybody received their budget packet. They're putting together the budget. So as we look at that, we'll get a closer look at everybody's budget and what we project for the rest of the year. And then at that point, if we think there's a need to freeze some line items or whether there's things that we can hold off on, we would take that step.
Vice President Blank. Councilmember Ludwig.
I'm so sorry. I don't know if I misheard you. Did you say something about a freeze in the last 30 seconds?
At the last council meeting, there was discussion when we mentioned there may be significant overages and expenditures for police department and some other departments. The discussion was, should we be asking for a spending freeze or should we try to stop some of the spending? At this point, we haven't taken that step. We're going to be, as I said, meeting with department directors, looking at budgets, and as we get further into the year, if we think that's necessary,
okay,
we would deal with that.
Thank you. I'm sorry. There's like a fan or something up here, so I didn't catch the end. Thank you.
No.
And then just the second thing was the only item on here that I'd like to request if we could maybe do something similar to what like the solicitor did tonight is maybe have Chief Heiss back and have some more conversation about that particular item because it's over $500,000 projected right now.
For
but
which item?
for
I'm
the
sorry.
police overtime. So, I'm glad they're on top of it. That sounds great. If we could maybe have a few minutes from them in an upcoming session, because it's a really high number to be over.
Yeah, they're gonna make that up the second half of the year because we budgeted for the full contingent of officers. So they're still gonna be short 7 officers. So basically that salary for those 7 officers is gonna offset the debt that we have right now.
I think I would benefit from a little more detail because we're talking almost $600,000 over budget right now, projection. So, yeah, I would benefit from some more detailed information for that type of projection.
Yeah, we'll meet with the chief and his finance people in his office to get more of the details and drill it down. We can get that.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Thank you, Mr. Civetti, for this report. Really appreciate it. I'm going to sound like a broken record here, though. The write-up and the support provided is purely revenue and expense. Do you have a working balance sheet that you're going off of?
I'll get you one for the next meeting where we'll have a 6-month year to date. Currently, right now, we're in the process of closing the books for 23, the 22. It's probably part of the next question, but the auditors left the office last Friday. They're currently at their office finishing their work for the 22 audit, putting together the financial statement. At this time, we have a couple more accounts that we're just trying to finalize so that we can get them the 23 documents, which I'm hoping will be next week. And then they can commence the 23 audit. So at that point, we'll have the 23 fully closed. And then, like I was saying before, our current fiscal year is up to date. We're reconciling accounts. So I'd be comfortable giving you a balance sheet at the next presentation. So
There is nothing more than I want than the FY
sure.
22 and 23 financial statements. So I completely hear you on that, but I was going to go to where you went. Are you performing balance sheet reconciliations on a monthly basis for all of the accounts?
not to the point I want to be at. Being short staffed right now and going through everything we're going through, I just haven't had the chance to do that. We are reconciling the bank accounts, the investment accounts. We're staying on top of the pension investment accounts, reconciling those. The couple of things that I want to tie out would be the tax revenue. We started tying out a couple months. We were tying out July and August, and I just haven't gone back to it. But we do have the tax collectors providing a report on a monthly basis that I'm hoping to tie that out. But as far as like fees from the clerk's office, that we make sure that does reconcile each month, that what they're taking in, and when it gets remitted to the state, we're seeing that account zeroes out every month on the balance sheet. Likewise for the IRS taxes for payroll, those are getting reconciled on a monthly basis. And those are the things that, if you recall, you may recall when I came in, it showed that we owed the IRS over $2 million in back taxes. So my opinion, we've come a long way. We're not where I want to be, but I think once we get the additional accounts payable person in there, then myself and the senior accountant we have in the office will be able to focus more time on reconciling every account and making sure it's tied.
And I'm not saying I need a balance sheet every single time. A balance sheet next time would be fantastic, but maybe in the monthly reports, just let us know where cash equivalents stand, investments, AR, those type of kind of high risks, significant balances. That would be appreciated.
All right.
Thanks. You're welcome.
Anything additional on the audits? You kind of got into that.
No, again, the auditors were in, they came in with a team of 4, spent some time out there. They're still, like I said, back in their office, still working on the engagement. Anything, if they have requests, they're emailing me, we email them the information back. We do have another meeting with the Auditor General's office tomorrow just to get an update. The last meeting we have with them, I think went well. They were happy that, where we stand. They had questions on the school department, which I think seemed to be more their concern because of the deficits they showed in the past. So we're looking for an update from the school business manager tomorrow. I know that was the Auditor General's primary focus, but I think I'm hoping we get a good report from the auditors tomorrow in that meeting. I think them coming in, doing what they had to do, and they were out in a reasonable period of time. So I think, they're getting all the information. We got positive feedback from them. I do anticipate findings when we get the report, just because I know when I did audits, I would have findings on the way it stood. Generally just the vice chairman shaking his head, but generally, or nodding his head, I should say. Generally, if you're not reconciling the accounts right away, you have lack of controls over your general ledger. That would be my primary finding. So I can tell you, when I met with the auditors, when they first came into the field, one of my first conversations was, write us up on everything you have. Give us what we need to correct, and let's get to the right point. So I think it's a time, we may take some hits, but it's nothing that we can't correct and that we haven't already corrected in many instances. So I think we're in decent shape.
When is the council expected to see draft statement for FY22?
I would hope by the end of this month. Now, it may not be a complete draft. There's the MTP section that has to go in the audited financial statements, which is the transparency portal from the state. I need to work with Kim O'Donnell next week, is my intent to call her and try working with that, but it kind of goes hand in hand, because we get the draft financial statement, then we have to put the MTP together, which gets inserted into the draft. But I would hope by the end of the month you would have a draft, and I'd be asking the auditors to come to present the draft financial statements to this council, at least highlights and a presentation so the council could approve the report prior to finalization, and then they would issue the final report.
Vice President Blank?
Have the auditors indicated if there's any prior period adjustments? I mean, I did an analysis of like the last 10 years, and I think out of the 10 years, there was 5 or 6 years that had a prior period adjustment that was pretty material, like around $2 million. I don't know if
we're in discussion right now on a few items. One of the items, to be honest with you, was the sewer fund. I proposed a prior period adjustment because, in my opinion, we should be showing the liability to the town of West Warwick as a debt on the books. They were still disagreeing to some extent, but after our discussion, I think he was the senior on the job, or the manager on the job. He was going back to the office to talk to his quality control people and his partner on the job to see if they were in agreement. They were having trouble understanding what the offset would be if we booked the liability. My opinion, I think the offset is basically a donation was made to the town of West Warwick for utilization of their system. It's not our asset, but we have an obligation. So that's a significant prior period adjustment in excess of $2 million, I believe. I can't remember the exact amount. There's a few other ones within the general fund. Be honest, just some accounts that were just carried on the books for years and never looked at. We had a liability sitting on the books that we didn't know what they were. We had receivables on the books that we didn't have support for. And I guess going into, audit field has changed a lot over the years. As you know, audit is a lot right now based on risk assessment. And so I don't think auditors drill down to the detail to the level that they did in previous years, several years ago before risk assessment. So some of those things, because they will under materiality, they just got lost. But the auditors agreed that if we're going to make adjustments, this is the year to make the prior period adjustments to get a good balance sheet.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments, questions, members of the council on the audit update? All right, thank you. We'll now move on to public comment for undocketed items. Are there any members of the public who'd like to make a public comment on undocketed items? Just state your name and address for the record. Make sure the microphone is switched on.
Hi, Robert Brennan, 12 Teakwood Drive East, Coventry. As was alluded to a little bit earlier, I'm here concerning Section 1520B, the Comprehensive Charter Review Commission, which in the first line says the town council commencing in 2023, no later than every 25 years, et cetera. It is now 2024. The purpose of this, and I was kind of gratified to hear the solicitor refer to the town codes in need of revision, and delighted to find that the town is paying for something to help with that, or is already contracted with a service that would do that. The purpose for the comprehensive review is the same as with the code review. It's to make sure we're updated, modern, compliant, and it needs to be done. It's been a year. We're out of compliance with the charter now. So that needs to be high on the priority. First thing, I'm not going to beat it to death. Second thing is in June, 2 members were appointed to the Conservation Commission. The Conservation Commission has never met. We have never been contacted. If there's going to be a Conservation Commission, it needs to get started. If there's not going to be a Conservation Commission, fine. I'm one of the people that was appointed to it. Take me off of it. And simple as that. And that's all I really have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Any other members of the public like to make a public comment on undocketed items? Yeah, go ahead. It just come to the podium though.
When we might see something on the landfill as far as solar array is concerned.
Sister Angel.
Sure, I can tell you that you'll see a fence being constructed most likely in the latter part of February or sooner, provided that weather cooperates, with the intention that the solar array will begin its construction phase in April.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public here tonight? Public comment on undocketed items? Any members of the public on Zoom? Raise your hand to be let in. Last call, going once, going twice, 3 times. Public comment is now closed. Moving on to executive session. At this time, I will take a motion to go into executive session for the following. Executive or closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, litigation matters re Social Holdings LLC, v. Town of Coventry. Pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, litigation matters re Town of Coventry, notice of violation, dam number 176. Pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A1, follow-up re-disability retirement of police officer Jason Jordan. And pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, collective bargaining exception, Council 94 contract negotiation. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Vice President LeBlanc, second by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig.
Yes.
Councilmember Shockley.
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, motion passes.
Could I hear a motion to come out of executive session?
Make the motion.
Motion by Vice President Blank, second by Councilman Pasqua. Discussion. Councilmember Ludwig. We have no clerk to call the roll, so I'm calling it. No, sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, 5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes. Could I have a motion to seal the minutes of executive session?
Make the motion.
Motion by Vice President Blank, second by Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Councilwoman Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilman Shockley, Councilman Pasqua, Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima votes aye. 5 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative. Members of the public, the council met in executive session. A discussion was had, no votes were taken. At this time, I'll seek a motion to adjourn at 10:32 PM.
Make the motion.
Motion by Vice President Blank, second by Councilor Shockley. All those in favor say aye. The chair votes aye. We stand adjourned.